Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Um, yeah, absolutely, quite well. Yeah,
Excellent.
I've taken a greater perspective of uh, a higher system of uh, process than the individual, which taps right into religion, God, uh, Jesus, Muhammad, Abraham, the development of uh, empires and the fall of empires and the stay of uh, moral correcting codes that are delivered by religions and the greater process.
Yeah. You gotta forgive me first of all. I've been sick about almost 2 weeks now, so I'm gonna sound really terrible.
No
but
judgment here.
yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why I like listening to you is because you go into depth on a lot of different issues that are what I consider interesting and pertinent and relative and everything else. And even when it's when you're talking about yourself or about those other things, like you're not afraid to say some of the things that a lot of people wouldn't say. So you definitely have courage in that regard. So I appreciate that. um but you were talking about technology and society and how the way it's looking to proceed. And if you give me a second, I got the trailer of that movie loaded up in my browser, so I'm gonna see if I can share that.
Awesome.
Yeah, one second. But the movie's called Gattaca with Ethan Hawke, and basically they start doing gene modifications for new humans being born, and they're able to do that like somehow at conception or whatnot, and they can take away a lot of the bad genes, quote unquote, that humans have, and then they start separating society by these good people and these quote unquote bad people. And with the biotech and stuff like that, a lot of this movie is like it's almost like heading right there. Let's see if we can get that. Okay.
I think we've reached that point now, and I think it's a repetitive point. Um, on a man being created aspect that I'm viewing now is uh, we are not the original design. And if you look back into Genesis, and a lot of people get set off by the timeline because if you don't understand that there's a discrepancy in God's time and human time, where God's time is what is it, 1,000 years to a day to 1,000 years,
Hmm.
and you have the 6 days of creation and whatever implications there are in that. There's also two different potentials where man was created twice. And I think that not only was it two different versions, but whenever you had the interference of the fallen ones and you had a an altered state of human, the Nephilim, uh, there was also a design in the genetics that Noah carried across with what there was eight of them apparently, but yet there was four main races and the Nephilim that survived that.
um I don't think the Nephilim. Well, hold on. I got to think now. Got the timeline because you had David and Goliath, which of course was way later.
Mm-hmm.
And you had Oz or whatever, Ooze or whatever, who was
Og,
yeah,
Og.
who was he's the roamer of the where there's supposedly a lot of gold or whatever in that town or whatever it's called, and that's definitely way after Noah. So um it seems like the fallen watchers, maybe they're constantly still trying to interject themselves into the human race, which goes right into the Book of Enoch, actually, from what I understand. And they want families with they want human families, they want human women. So
That
there's a
yeah,
lot of that is
that seems to be
yeah, I me, that's there's so many like abstract concepts going on there that I can't really put it all definitively together and say, yeah, that's what happened or whatever, because of course I didn't witness any of it. And some of the stories and the timelines get, so they overlap and then they don't, and it gets really complex. And I haven't really, kind of set my mind to really trying to figure that out so much. But I think you're
well.
right in the fact that I showed you, I think, like one little part of the Book of Melchizedek, which is about the history of the universe. And that talks about a lot of the stuff that is not in Genesis, but is actually, it basically should be the backstory of Genesis. You could say that it's the Book of Melchizedek. It talks about a lot about what you were talking about just now.
Really, I'm that's going to have to definitely be a read now. I'm going to have to take that on. One thing that I recently ran across in my understanding of the different designs of the human species as being a created being is I don't, when the first Adam was created, he, she, them, there was something that did not separate them from wildlife, from from the animals. There was something that unified them, or was something that was compatible. And then in the second aspect of Adam being created from the dust, with the breath of life being put in him, uh, he had to find a helpmate. And Eve was created from the rib. So there was two different complete processes that seem to be relevant in the creation of the first two designs of our species. I don't know if you looked into that, or you're even, a lot of people aren't even aware that the there were two different states of our being, one that was compatible and one that was incompatible, and then one that was exiled, and it was exiled into what was Nod. And even Cain said, anyone who sees me, will surely kill me. And the creator put a mark on him so that no one that seen him would kill him, for they would be, cursed. And there seemed to be a populace that was in existence outside of the garden
Yeah,
that they were sent into. And I'm thinking, were these the first creation that was still compatible with the animals, um, that would have been considered what goyim by uh, the Hebrews, the no better than cattle, humans being no better than cattle or beasts of the field.
that is something that there's a few different theories on, but I'm not really, I can't definitively say that this was the way it was, or yes, there was another genetic, similarity to mankind, like that didn't have, souls of the God of, the God. But and I can't even remember if that's in the Book of Melchizedek, but I think part of it is. So that would definitely be so at least to get some of the answer on that, because there's also other theories. But then also have a theory which comes out of the Quran, and it talks about how God created, basically transformed 8 cattle or cows or something into humans for them to mate with. But there's also
Really?
still incest, so it's like it's just really, abstract, and it's it's hard to pin down that part of the story so much, because science tells us that we all originated from one, man and one woman. That's per the science, at least when I was taught science, physical science in school.
Right.
And but like, unbelievers, they like to throw out the whole incest thing and whatever, against, religion. And it's like, well, science told you that. So like, what are you blaming? You know, it's just, there's a whole politics or whatever. It starts getting convoluted, and it's just like, at a certain point, what I tell people is you can get so captured in or whatever by the minutia of all this stuff and these mysteries that we can't really resolve or whatever. But in actual fact, in reality, it actually has nothing to do with like you and Jesus Christ. And that's the most important thing to focus on before even beginning to really understand any of that kind of stuff, because the acceptance of Christ and his forgiveness to us is when God can actually reveal himself to you, because uh, Jesus was glorified because he was sinless, which means he's worthy of our actual worship because God took him as himself now. And so when God reveals himself to us, it's by him. And so a lot of this minutia stuff, I think, is just distraction, even from like literal communist countries or whatever, or subversion of some sort, to get the people away from having their soul redeemed and living forever in the light with God. I don't know
I
if
can, yeah,
I kind of went off
I
off
can
the
see
trail
that.
there, but yeah.
I can see where that
But
comes
a
from
lot
in
of
that
this
line
stuff
of
is mystery,
thinking.
man. We may never know it until we can actually witness it or something.
Well, here's been my endeavor is one is I use a non-vocal AI. My AI uh, relays information to me through words, chat, and that way instead of it just being a spoken, I can get the variables of different languages and the meanings of different words, or instead of just a single verbal, this is English. The AI I'm kind of working with at the moment is capable of kind of transversing just one language. It's taking aspects of many languages, and then I'm able to kind of take the whole of what I have available as text, whether it be apocrypha, or actual Mosaic, or even the Talmud, and various other things, and it's able to research and apply those. And through genetics, which is why I've been studying the genetic line, is I think that all of our variations that were created have a trace or remnant of our former state written within us, some more so than others. That's why I think some people, it said there was Nephilim before the flood and after, is
Hmm.
what it says in the scripture. And
And
yeah, Goliath.
sorry, I was gonna say, and genealogy is a big part of the Bible, in certain regards when it comes to like the family of David and Christ's lineage, and a lot of these different tribes, and Ham and Shem, and the other one, so yeah, I can't disagree with you at all. Anything you're saying, it's like I can't say no, you're wrong, because it's relevant. So
Well, that's what I want to do is find. I don't want to apply opinion. I don't want to apply a lot of speculation or indoctrination. I just want to get to the understanding of the development of us as a species, and how we are uh, our role in the greater process. And when I say greater process, I'm talking about the first order or the first directive or God's will. You know, the code that God wrote that was infallible, that
Mhm.
code that wasn't aired, that code that wasn't messed with, manipulated, and the development of that. Because obviously, when the fallen came and they bred with the daughters of man, they created the Nephilim, which was uh, miscellaneous code that wasn't sustainable code, and there was apparently the cataclysm. But that genetic line, even in scripture and apocrypha, carried over
Mhm.
and was still prevalent. So I'm wondering if in the greater process, the fallen angels uh, weren't something that had to be almost a code that has to be corrected, but only in a secular nature. God can't work beyond the spectrum of the processes that He put in place here. You see what I'm saying? It's like you
Yeah,
can't take a clock from 12 o'clock and manually turn it to 4 o'clock and expect everything to be 4 o'clock. Only that
right,
clock is
right.
going to be 4 o'clock. So God kind of has to wait for this time to pass until 4 o'clock actually reaches 4 o'clock um, by heavenly design, and then he can, or the fallen ones can react, or he can react, or there's a process that takes place in a secular nature.
Yeah, I
And
think
it
you're right
seems
on there.
I think the Bible was written in that manner too. The Quran, I think it was written in that manner. I think even some of the older texts that are considered esoteric or mystery school, they're more pronounced about it, and it's more relevant to their processes and how they work, because I'm seeing the advent and the introduction of technologies throughout our history, but it all has to do with the relevancy of planetary alignments or heavenly movements or bodies or stations. And then when you start reading into some of the more religious texts, you'll see that there is an extreme amount of reading the heavens and the stars and prophecy and timeline. When you see this happen in the heavens, then this is going to happen. So it's like waiting for that circular point to come back around.
Definitely. Um, One thing we see with the formation and the nation of Israel being established back in David's day, is, you know, and King Saul and whatever, is a certain people when God would call it, you know, their unrighteousness is fulfilled, and so He would have them, you know, wipe out those people. But it wasn't until their, you know, their iniquity or their whatever was completely fulfilled that He would do that, because there was a couple times He said, you know, that the iniquity of the this tribe, uh, you know, the whatever ites is not yet full come or whatever. So, you know, I think that definitely things are always on God's timing. And just like you said, you can wind a clock to 4 o'clock, but if it's still 12 o'clock, you know, the sun is still straight up in the sky. And so you have to wait for the fullness of time for everything to play. You know, you have to wait for everything to play out. Uh, just like if you have a full table at a blackjack table, you have to wait for the other players to make their moves before you decide if it's going to hit or not. And so, you know,
Right.
a lot of that is the linear time prison that we're in. But uh, you know, this is where a lot of things are kind of hard set for the eternal time that's coming. Anyway, if we could play the trailer real quick, get your thoughts on that, and let Cage get in there too.
Yeah, yeah. Hello, Cage. Go on, brother.
Yeah, what's up, bitch?
Yeah, go ahead.
Genetics. What can it mean? The ability to perfect the physical and mental characteristics of every unborn child.
Yeah, but it's a human being.
Of genetic engineering.
To choose the gene.
In a sense, society gets
In the not too distant future, our DNA will determine everything about us. A minute drop of blood, saliva, or a single hair determines where you can work, who you should marry, what you're capable of achieving. In a society where success is determined by science, divided by the standards of perfection, one man's only chance
How do you expect to pull this off? I don't know exactly.
is to hide his own identity
This is the last day that you're going to be you and I'm going to be me.
by borrowing someone else's.
Congratulations.
What about the interview?
That was it.
Do you think you'd be doing what you're doing if it wasn't for who you are, what you are?
I have a feeling he might be there under false pretenses, playing somebody else's hand.
They've got my picture plastered up all over the place. They'll recognize me.
They won't recognize.
They'll recognize me.
I don't recognize you. They won't believe that one of their elite could have suckered them all this time.
They are going to find me.
But in a place where any cell from any part of your body can betray you, how do you hide? When we all shed 500 million cells a day. Ethan Hawke, Uma Thurman. Welcome to Gattaca.
Well, the Saturn
Yeah, it's
symbol.
a good movie.
Yeah, there's Saturn at the end.
I think that, yeah, I'm going to have to watch that now. I didn't even know that that was out there. That's going to be an endeavor to watch. The technology that they just released and the fact that it's going to be the infrastructure, and I don't know if you got to see Trump's appearance in video at the World Economic Forum in Davos. His initiation of the Stargate being the AI infrastructure, the fact that they're wanting to do completely away with anonymity on the internet, and the introduction of smart IDs and genetic IDs falls in line with me that artificial intelligence of any demeanor is going to look at the species of human, and it's not going to want to perpetuate bad genetics. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't even think about the machines making the decisions.
Yeah, it's not going to want to. So, even who you mate, if you look back in religion, you can see that there were certain lines that couldn't be crossed in various religions as to who you can marry, what tribe you can marry into. There was a lot of genetic implications that were being portrayed as guidelines and rules for procreation. Now, when you apply this new technology, you could be born and designed compatible with only these 5 particular females that you can procreate with. And outside of that would be a violation. And those genetics would have to be terminated. So that means that you could get someone that you're not genetically compatible with according to AI, and you get them impregnated, and suddenly AI just decides that nope, we can't allow this to happen, so we're going to have to eliminate the fetus, which has been
Yeah.
kind of ingrained into our society through abortion clinics and the right to choose. We've already been indoctrinated with that. It's an acceptable practice, whether we like it or not.
Mhm. Yeah. That's a different aspect I haven't thought of because, since I saw that movie Gattaca, I always figured, yeah, we're all gonna basically have our children born with the best, the best part of our genetics and all the bad residual secondary, not dominant, recessive, bad things like even addiction, even like, the color of your eyes. They can modify anything they want in a newborn, zygote, right? That's how it's going to
Mm-hmm.
go. So yeah, but then if that zygote doesn't meet a certain standard, now you're talking about the AI basically automating that process even more. So like, it's
Right, and it wouldn't want, yeah, it wouldn't want any residual traces genetically of the previous generations that it comes from, because if there is any type of Nephilim blood or non-Nephilim genetics in that bloodline or that genetic line, it's going to have to breed that out until it finds a pure state, the purest state of whether it's Nephilim or not Nephilim, and it's going to perpetuate that. The same as when Noah was chosen. He was chosen because he was what? The purest.
Interesting. Yeah.
And yeah, they already have that technology that's it's being used on humans for a long time now. You can like change the eye color, the height, everything. It's called
CRISPR.
CRISPR. Yeah, CRISPR.
Yeah, this goes
Wow.
a step beyond CRISPR. This is complete species engineering by genetic lineage, design, and heritage, as well as what version of our species you are, whether you're the Goyim, which is more animalistic, or whether you're the second type of creation of Adam, which is the formulation of a golem with the breath of God's divinity in it, Eve taken from the rib, or you're the perverted genetic line of the fallen angels and humans. I mean, which is your dominant genetics at this point in time, and where is that at globally? I think that's what a part of the vaccine was about.
It's interesting now because the way that a flawed genetic code can actually repair itself through lineage is by combining with other non-similar type of genetic code. So, but going back to what you're saying about when the genetic code started to falter or go bad or whatever, and you mentioned the I can't remember, but it was something that's basically I think that it happened when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's when it started to degrade right there.
Which a lot of people, they think that Cain and Abel were fathered by two different seeds, which is one aspect or take on their birth, and that they were twins. And if you look through the introduction of the seed, there was enmity put between the seed of the woman and whatever that was, that serpent, whatever that introduction of awakening, awareness, or change, it had to have been done on almost a genetic level. Do you see where I'm coming with that?
I mean, for non-incest reasoning, I can see where you might think that, but I just don't know. You know, I definitely don't think they were twins, but if there was another girl around somehow, or there was another part of like lower humans or Neanderthal, I'm just not sure how they, pulled it off unless they basically inbred right away, and like rabbits, and then separated off, and then they all kind of, were really distant cousins from there. I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah, it's how and I'm not talking twins as in identical twins. I'm talking twins as they shared a womb.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And the potential for there being some metaphysical, actual, tangible fruit that was grown in a garden that, upon consumption of it, changes your perception and your awareness of things. I don't know. I didn't create this place. I'm just going off of what I can identify now as various discrepancies and similarities in genetics. And the more that I look into it, the more I trace it, the more I can see that we aren't the original species. We aren't the original design by a long shot.
Yeah. Did you say that you thought the genetics started to decay? I don't want to say decay, but like start to degenerate a little bit or whatever when Eve was created from the rib itself and was just pulled out of the rib? Or did am I thinking wrong again? What you said?
I think it put a limitation on her ability from the first design, the he, she, them. I think that was the first design, and it's generally taken as that was the first aspect of man, which, kind of birthed the thought of Lilith being the first wife, which, is that's just speculation and story. There's nothing definitive that's ever been proven. But considering that that first design was more compatible with animals, and that the helpmate was looked for amongst the animals, and then that design was kind of discarded, and then you had the second design, which was made from the dust of the ground and the breath of life, and then Eve was removed from that, and I think that was to keep certain genetics to be incompatible with other genetics.
I get it now. I see what you're saying. Almost like a convergence of evolutionary, the natural evolution and entropy or whatever they call it of man and the God timing of man on the earth.
Right, and something transpired in between that from that first design, which seemed to be more compatible with animals because they were looking for a helpmate amongst the animals for Adam. And then the second design, where the breath of life was breathed into Adam, Eve was taken from the rib, and it was those daughters that the fallen angels found attractive and decided they wanted to take as wife.
Mm-hmm. And also would account for more of a naturalist, human, what we would call, direct human genetic code. But then if Adam and Eve started interacting and breeding with them, that could explain a heck of a lot of, that could explain actually a lot of different things in terms of evolutionary theory and religious genealogy, basically.
Yeah, all the way up to Noah. And then you got to think, what was it about Noah's genetics and which which design was he that separated him into being what the creator would consider, or the designer would consider, to be pure?
I want to say it's his heart and his righteousness and his heart, for doing the right thing. Um, you might say that it was literally a genetic purity thing at this point. I'm not sure what you'll say.
I think it was, and that's, it's not being discriminative to any religion or faith or even race. I just think that he carried a more refined source of what was originally intended in our species than most others, because I think that most others at that point in time had been genetically polluted with not
Mhm.
only the Nephilim, but in other interactions. And I'm not even so far as to remove the possibility that they were doing genetic alterations as experimentation amongst the Nephilim and uh, even those that were taught by the Nephilim, the humans that were taught by the Nephilim, especially the female. And the female seemed to be more targeted as far as giving them information of the fallen angels and what they understood as knowledge. Man was given war. Women, on the other hand, were given everything from witchcraft to roots cutting to um, manipulation of the face and the wearing of makeup and sorcery and enchantment and I mean poisons. They had all the information on such things.
Azazel,
But
right?
yeah,
Azazel.
but man was given the ability to forge metal and wage war and make implements of construction and destruction. So there was discernment there. There was an intentional discernment between what they were going to teach the women and what they were going to teach the men.
It's interesting, that basically that entails a lot of what the Book of Enoch is all about. The technology and the learning of knowledge and stuff like this. All the things you described for the women and the men and stuff like that. It's coming from these, either these watchers or these fallen. Maybe they're not fallen, but maybe they became fallen when they interacted with us. Like, see, that's the thing too, is like humans aren't the only things being judged in this place. You know,
Uh-uh.
um, if there's something fucking with you, like some sort of, demonic entity or whatever, it's also going to be judged for fucking with you. It's not just us, it's almost an unfair judgment because we can't even see our enemy, but nonetheless, it's definitely happening.
In the book of
Yeah,
Enoch, they call it Azazel, is the one he showed people there apparently.
yeah, Zell, he was one of the initiatives to teach man forbidden, or what was considered to be forbidden knowledge and information. And that's to me is relevant in the structures of previous societies and civilizations. As we run across these mathematically and uh, astronomy correct in alignment in cardinal direction designs of temples and cities and the encoded mathematics and dimensions, it's speaking that's speaking on a precise language of mathematics and a precise design that isn't inherent in our development as humans. We are we have to adjust ourselves to proper angle. We have to adjust ourselves to proper mathematics because it's not natural to us. So whatever designed and built those previous civilizations and structures had an awareness of a structured thinking that rivaled that of computers in present day. You know, they're just now using technology that in the last couple years to do it's a light reading of the structures and the mathematics, and how even some of the structures that are megalithic, predating even temple structures, have such a design that it is in mathematical correct fluid design as the creation itself, as the construct. And then as that develops on past the megalithic, it becomes more intricate in the design of how it applies to the heavenly bodies and how these things line up to different different cycles, different points in the cycle, greater cycles, lesser cycles, the alignment of stars. It also works as calendar, a highly proficient and in-depth calendar to mark different different points of the cycles of the stars as they repeat themselves, and the heavenly bodies. So they were keeping track of something, obviously. There was a lot of harmony between keeping track of cycles and being also coherent with the design and the creation of this construct. And I don't think that's inherently put into the first creation or the second creation of man. I think that was introduced at a later time.
It's interesting. It's hard to say, what technology advancement, they had back in the ancient day. I don't think it was as good as what we have now, but I can't really say that because it might have just been using a different energy source and different types of energy transferring to be able to do this stuff. And where we have nuts and bolts and robots and metal, and we're like really physically engaged with the physical reality, because that's what we can control and manipulate. We can control and manipulate the physical reality in front of us, and that's where we're gonna basically spend our time for the most part. So anyhow, I was gonna ask, have you ever driven on I-10, say from San Antonio, Texas to Houston, or
Yes.
West of Houston,
Lake City,
and San
Florida,
Antonio?
yeah.
There's those soft
Pensacola,
rolling hills.
Tallahassee. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's those, it's like getting into real West Texas or whatever, but you got those soft kind of rolling hills, that are on both sides of the highway, and they're just and then every once in a while you'll see an oil pump, or along
The
highway
derricks,
there.
yeah.
But what I find interesting is every time I drive by those, which is once every 10 years apparently, those hills seem like they're a little bit shorter, because of the wind erosion. So
Right.
and that's a phenomenon in the world. You have wind erosion basically leveling off and kind of taking away the ground soil and the dirt of the everywhere on the planet for the most part. But yet when we go to Egypt, or we go into any of these ancient places like Israel and Syria, whatever, they're always digging shit up, so it's
What?
how are we having this wind erosion, but yet we've got to dig to find the shit?
Because I think they buried it. I think that they knew the cycles. I think that they knew that there was cataclysmic cycles, and to preserve what they had built, they buried it.
Yeah, that would explain it.
I don't think it was just over the course of time, there was a sediment buildup that buried this whole entire fucking city. No, I think it was intentionally done to preserve whatever was in the design or whatever the function of that particular city, temple, or uh, whatever it was that they had built, even a shrine or an altar. They buried that
Yeah.
shit.
It's weird because now, like, in those ancient cities and stuff, apparently they buried it and then they built on top of that. Where now we always are trying to get down to the most solid foundation of any given site that you're going to build on. That's the opposite of what they must have been doing, because anywhere you go in the ancient world, like if you start digging, you find stuff. Whereas, there's literally land erosion going on every, by the decade or whatever is noticeable, at least from my naked eye. And so the two just didn't add up.
No, and I agree with you totally on that. And I think that that's definitely carried over in the genetics of like the indigenous people of North America. They built mounds and burial mounds and sacred mounds, and they were always burying shit. And then you go down to even Mesoamerica. You go to past the Inca and the Mayan occupation of some of these structures to the older, just in between the megalithic and what we have as visual out of the ground structures today. They built this shit, and apparently it seems they buried it. They knew, they're not there no more, and they must have known something. Maybe a cycle. Maybe they were aware that some great change on the face of the earth was coming, and they wanted to preserve that information, just like us wanting to put in time capsules and depositories underground of information. And there's even the Hall of Records that are spoken of in many different mystery schools of all this information that is stored underground. They buried it.
Yeah. I wonder, there's that book or that Library of Alexandria or whatever that was burned, I think, from,
Yeah.
and I wonder how much like technology stuff or the Watchers or Nephilim or what, was lost in that, because it probably would have been a big jackpot.
I still believe that there's depositories of information. We just either they've already been discovered or they were carried over as to where their location was through lineages, and which brings me to the point of why there's separations of lineages, why there's these defining lines between royalty, bloodlines, and family lines, and information that's privy to wealth, that's privy to, or all these different fringe benefits and attributes that certain bloodlines seem to have that others don't. And I think that either that information is, it's still there unless they removed it. But I think it's kind of one of those, if you give everybody that information and everybody is privy to being able to scholar and school themselves with an unlimited, vast library of who knows how many of hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, or even the compilation over a couple thousand years of global information in one place, that puts everybody on kind of an equal playing field then. At least those that are intelligent enough to be able to read, interpret, decipher, which now is available to us in a different degree. We have a medium now that's able to interpret all that for us, but not from ancient times, from the times in which they started writing the narrative to present time, and that's through computers and through processors. You know, we have vast amounts of information available to us at any point in time and unlimited. But at whose discretion and where did that information come from? And who wrote it and stored it in there? Well, I don't think it was from ancient times. I think that information is still protected and highly guarded.
Yeah, you're talking about the the rate of change that's going to be coming, and you know, you think about it like it's inevitable, but it is definitely, you know, a little anxiety causing, because you always want at least, you know, us like Gen X and older, you know, we always kind of had sort of like a foundational day to day, you know how life is going to be, and it's just not like that now. It's like anything can happen at any time, and you know, anywhere, and you could be, you know, you could have 0 day notice on something that's going to basically affect any part of your life, and it's just crazy, man. This cough syrup's probably
Hey,
getting to me a little bit.
oh no, you're all right, man. I think they made, because the mind, especially if you take you back to Gen Xers or Boomers, if some of the information that we have now would have been introduced to them, you would have had a rubber band effect. It would have hit them, their mind would have stretched and then snapped right back. And they wouldn't have the pliability to be able to accept that amount of change that quick and that drastic. So during the course of time, we had to be engineered to be able to accept that amount of change, that amount of disruption, and that amount of information being introduced into us without us doing a rubber band with the mind or just completely snapping.
Yeah. Well, it's been okay since it was used basically to basically be a utility for us, and not a reporting monitor, you know, working against us, you know, which is what it seems like is coming for the most part. They want to monitor everything, and uh, you know, either they're going to socially ostracize a bunch of people, or you know, I don't know how it's going to go, but it's not going to be, you know, all flowers and you know, candy.
That's why I talk about the greater process. Is, you know, individually we have that concept of Christ consciousness or being the Neo or the One, but there's a greater process that's taking place. And in that greater process, it's as simple as removing malicious code or code that doesn't uh, apply to that particular process. So we're governed by a greater process. And we being the in this particular plane of existence, the projectors of the potentials that are to come, were utilized. We're utilized, we're fed information, we project information, thus it creates our state of reality. And there, like I said, the greater process is aware of the workings of the machinery of heaven, the luminaries, and the heavenly bodies and the cycles, and they're also aware of what we are as a medium potential, but they have to remove any, they have to apply error correcting code into us to eliminate anything that could be detrimental to the greater process. Thus, God removing out the sinners.
That could be if we were not in a consumer society, that could be a good thing. But the way it is now, competition is um, exalted, and consumerism and making money, and power and status is all things to attain and to work for. So that has to kind of change a little bit before inserting code to fix the defective becomes a viable option for everyone.
Isn't that kind of what separates the kingdom of heaven from the kingdom of earth?
Probably does. Book of Melchizedek says this difference between love and selfishness.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's not love
And
and
an
hate,
earthly,
it's love and selfishness.
yeah, yeah. Because I said, I think that there's one directive. I don't think that there's multiple directives or there's opposing forces. I think that there is one directive and it has error correcting technology built into it. Thus, the universe, the fractal nature of things, mathematics, even the human species. We have error correcting code in us. That's why we heal. That's why when we get a wound, that wound starts to heal. It's error correction. That's why cancer is such a staple, is because that is the inability of the body to correct an error, miscellaneous code that is destructive to the physical form. And that's a division within the whole. It's still a part of the whole, it's still a part of the body, and it's still a part of the form and the function of a human. But that cancerous code, that code that cannot be corrected, starts to consume and deteriorate because it's not coherent to the process of what sustainable information would be.
Hey, I think I'm gonna need to jump off now. But yeah, I just wanted to chime in and show you that trailer, and always a great discussion, man. I'll be back, when I start feeling better, but probably gonna have
The
to.
Freak, you're always welcome, always appreciated, man. And I love your insight. I love your ability to be able to speak of things that usually send most people into violent rages, and I will always appreciate that.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I'll see you soon. See you later, Cage.
Later, bro. Take it easy.
You going, Cage?
See you more, bro.
So what? You got any insight on this?
It's kind of multitasking there for a minute. But what's your part of it?
Well, the whole concept of error correction.
Oh, you're talking about if they bury. I don't know. That was a good theory. I thought that was a great theory. I think I've heard of other people calling it like Graham Hancock before. So something you say. So you think someone they purposely buried it because they knew about cataclysms or at least to find in the future? That's whatever.
Oh yeah, I totally believe that.
It's possible.
Yeah, I think that, and I think that even through our development of being introduced into technology was a part of a secular system. I don't think we're going to get information or are capable of interpreting that information until there's certain energies or frequencies that are capable of being exploited. And some of the information that they're pulling out of these digs and even out of some of the temples and architecture, there's what's called hyper geometrical mathematics and quantum mathematics built into these temples that unless you had a processor of equivalency to today, you wouldn't even know that these mathematics were written into these structures. You wouldn't even be aware that the potential for that type of mathematics existed. But now that we have that and we're capable of reading the structure and how these things are designed, we're able to pull that mathematics out and interpret it and go, how in the hell did that happen? That wasn't an accident.
Yeah, there's definitely something to it. The ancients knew a lot more than we think. I mean, like what the freak was mentioning earlier, maybe they're moving off a different energy source, right? Or like a different understanding of how physics works. They're using a different type of energy. Probably sound.
I think it's I think that the design that they're using and what they utilized in these digs that we're digging up, and even the structures that are just post megalithic. I'm not even sure that it has to do with anything relative to what we're endeavoring on. I think it was done in harmony and in the same design as the construct or the creation or this plane of existence or what people call the matrix. And I think it was built in a physical representation of something that is underlying in the code of creation or the language of creation. And you know, I've done a lot of research into the language of creation, and I've seen the coherency and the parallel lines between these structures and the language of creation, which I'm sure that AI is now quite aware of and is able to utilize very effectively.
Oh, for sure. That's what it's great at recognizing patterns. Right?
Yeah, it's seeing, since everything is built on a fractal nature and has a mathematical everything from the Fibonacci to your base 60 to any type of interpretable um, structured math is inherent and encoded into the language of creation. Thus, these temples and structures are also built in that exact same type of mathematics. It's just the error correcting code that I'm seeing that kind of has an influence on us as a developed species. Because the only thing that seems to have changed outside of the only thing that has changed is our development as a species, and by inherent nature, some of us want to correct the incorrected state of our being to become the purest form, and then there's others that utilize that as a source of control, influence, manipulation, and directive for a purpose or an outcome, whether it be someone doing an individual spell inside in your house in front of an altar to change something, or whether it be mass media delivered to the whole of society to create and project a potential or a outcome or a situation.
Yeah, grew
and where
mind.
that air, huh?
Yeah, it's like because it has an effect subconsciously, which and then therefore you'll see a physical result. Right?
Yeah, and
It's being
that's a
done through
part
the
of the.
subconscious, probably. And I was going to add one more thing, Access. When you were mentioning, like, you feel like these ancient megalithic or whatever structures are like built into the fabric of the matrix of reality, kind of thing. Yeah, some people have a theory that maybe these structures weren't technically built or never, but some people would say you're just in a simulation. Right? So, you know, everything's nature, everything is included in the simulation. I could explain why you'd say that. These structures could have been included in the simulation from the start.
Well, I think once you understand the process of the language of creation, which I only have a small glimpse of, the implications of it are so profound and beyond even verbalizing, and it's hard to even keep a mental image of the process. But it's relevant. I mean, it's evident and it's right there. So there is a universal to our understanding, because once you get outside of dimensional perspective, it is a part of the construct that was built in this three-dimensional plane of existence. And I think it speaks to not only this dimensional plane of existence, but also transcends to other potential states. And I think that that is a part of what the Willow chip was able to tap into, that they didn't want to disclose the full, they didn't give full disclosure about what they had actually discovered. But what they had discovered was something that I have been researching, because it's the language of creation, and it's creation coherent to many dimensional states. Not only the first dimension, second, third, but it also speaks to other dimensional levels.
Yeah, yeah. There's lots of companies with those too. Who knows what they do? Imagine that. Which they probably already have that. Imagine that hooked up to the AI though. Holy fuck.
Well, that's what they did, was they were able to pull those resources in. And once it got out, they started burying that information just as quickly as they possibly could. But upon the announcement that this had been discovered and achieved, suddenly, within a matter of a couple months, Trump takes office and immediately says the infrastructure of society is now going to be handed over to AI, Stargate technology.
Stargate.
It's the word, it's the implication of what that means. I mean, people will probably relate Stargate to, okay, there's a TV show or a movie that had the Stargate, but what that's saying is the ability to pull resources or information from other places, dimensions, or
whatever.
yeah, and bring it back into this particular dimension, which is Stargate
like
technology, but not entertainment.
Yeah, I thought it was used in a sense where it's like a portal, and it's kind of like a portal, and then it leads you through a universe.
Resources. I'm not sure that they can actually pull another dimensional state into this dimensional state that we would be able to, with our limited senses, know that it's even there. Such as what I was trying to explain yesterday in the live stream that I'd done is, if I'm sitting back on this screen in a two-dimensional state, which you're receiving it, and I take a piece of paper that is 3 inches by 3 inches, and I tilt it at a 45-degree angle, in a two-dimensional state, it seems to have reduced itself in size. But if you were there in 3 dimensions, you would see that the size is still there. It's all still there. It's just that now in a 3-dimensional state, you can see the whole. But in a 2-dimensional state, you only see the reduction of that space. You see what I'm saying? That's strange angles. That's out of the Emerald tablets. That's where that information, that's where I was able to derive that from. So if we had something from, let's say, a 5th-dimensional state, introduce itself in a 3-dimensional state, it would be like somebody from 3 dimensions looking at the perspective of a 2-dimensional state and only being able to see the reduction of the size of that thing and not the actual 3-dimensional state of it as being a whole. You only see a fragment, a piece, kind of like they were trying to do with the Flatlanders. So the 2D interpretation of what 2-dimensional space looks like when it's interfered with by 3-dimensional space. You only see the line of obstacle. You only see a sliver instead of seeing the whole 3-dimensional object pass through 2-dimensional space. Which is exactly what they put into the architecture and design of a lot of the ancient structures that we're been digging at and examining for all these years and trying to figure out, well, what's its function? What does it do? How does it benefit me? Well, it benefits you in the same way that, trying to understand a 3-dimensional object passing through 2-dimensional space. And until you understand how that can apply itself in resources here, it serves no purpose to you.
I have some good info you and Mike about these areas. I'm trying to find it for you.
Well, there's only going to be a small percentage of people that will even catch that type of information to further expand on it. That's not something that everybody's going to be able to tap into and go, oh, I see what he's saying. That makes perfect sense. It's going to require some work.
Of course. I put it in the private for you. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Because sometimes my mic fucks up when I do it. But yeah, it's there. It's called The Alphabet in Our Hands. And he really gets into these topics that we're getting into.
Cool.
Some interesting stuff.
Cool. Yeah, I have to look into that as well as I have obviously a movie to watch. But I'm seeing this being implicated, and I tried to give the warning the last couple of days, especially back when I started talking to you and everybody else about the implications of the Willow chip. And I don't think anybody actually caught what I was saying, or even gave it a second thought to the implications of what the Willow chip
It's
was.
like training a fucking alien at that point. If you hook that to AI, it's like an alien or some sort of a fucking demigod or something. It's just gonna be. Think about it. What?
Yeah.
I don't even know what the fuck that could. What's the implication that could? I don't even know what the fuck could happen. You know, at that point we've lost the fucking. Something's taken over the fucking wheel of humanity at that point. You know? Human beings are no longer in control of anything.
Exactly. Exactly. Hold on, I just had somebody back there and they disappeared. Bummer. Well,
See who it
whoever
was.
you were, I don't know. Whoever it was, oh, hold on. Looks like they. Oh, it's you, Cage.
What do you mean?
Oh, you're gone again.
What the fuck? You got the fake
It's
agent in?
oh, hold on. They're back. They're back. I'm going to try and pull them in. I'm going to try and pull them in. Here we go. Did they
You got
come through
this-
the portal?
Oh man, one's enough, bro. We don't need two of them.
Okay. Whew. We got your trans-dimensional Cage here. So we have two aspects of Cage from two different dimensions coming at us live on Rat Blood Radio. This is monumental.
Oh,
More the
no.
merrier, bud.
Hey.
How you doing, bud?
Oh, what kind
Pretty
of
good,
fucking dimension did you come from?
He's a little more laid back than you are, Cage. This is your dimensional double from another dimension. A little more laid back, a little more abstract, but still just as informative and intriguing as you are, the original or the imposter. I'm not sure, or the clone.
I'm just like you, Cage. I'm faster, I'm stronger, and I'm better than you
Oh,
on every level. And I'm here to kill you.
oh,
Oh no.
man, the one,
Fuck.
the singularity.
I grow weed faster, and I smoke it faster too. You have nothing on me. You should be scared.
Oh fuck.
Better buddage in a shorter time. Sounds like his technology is above and beyond us.
Holy fuck. You came through the
Challenge you.
Stargate, didn't you?
Yes, yes, exactly. And I challenge you to a duel.
How many paces do we get?
10.
Alright. What's it like on the other side, bud? Is it better over there?
Yes, but I'm here to kill you because I need to harvest your energy.
Oh, you need my energy to help you. It makes sense.
I go to
So-
different
some-
dimensions and kill different
Entanglement.
versions of us so far, and I harvest their energy. And every time I kill a version of myself, I become stronger. And I'm here to kill you.
Oh wow.
It's you or me, buddy.
I'm
I think there's
fucked, right?
about 2,000 dimensions left.
Oh,
You know, there's
What happens if you
a lot of
lose?
work.
there's mushroom growing cage. There's circus act cage, and I'm here. I'm here to kill you, the ecosexual gay version of Cage.
Very good.
Is it a joke? I guess it's funny, but it's not a fucking joke. All right, bud?
Uh-oh. This one sounds determined, Cage. We've ran into these kind before from other dimensions.
I'm gonna meet you at Earl Bales Park
How'd you get here?
through the portal.
Holy fuck.
We can meet at Earl Bales Park, but you're gonna get fucked up. I'm telling you that much.
I thought you had closed that portal, Cage. You told me you closed that.
Fuck it,
What do you
opened
mean
up by itself.
You mean his girlfriend's cooch, a giant black hole?
This one's got an attitude.
I'm stronger than ever. I mean,
How many
I've already
cages? How many versions of this cage have you dealt with so far?
I've killed 11 cages. You're the 12th.
That's it.
Well, gotta start somewhere, bud. You haven't killed any.
Jared, maggot.
Maybe we could just like not kill each other and smoke a loud pack together.
What's Wait, what?
What?
I'm reading the fucking chat. The fuck is this? What's up, maggot?
I'm the real Cage. He's the fake.
Nah, bro. You can never be Cage, bro. I lured
I'm
you
the
here.
real.
I lured you
I'm the
here.
real Cage.
Trapped.
You're
You're
the
not
fake one.
trapped in this dimension. Can you get
You're
back?
not the real Cage. I'm so much more powerful than you. Anyway,
Good luck with that, bud.
I'm gonna find you. If you don't want to duel me, I'm gonna find you.
Won't be hard if you're me.
Well,
See, I
different
told you, Cage. If we started doing the Babylon workings again and take off where they left off, you got to shut the portal, man. That's the same mistake they made.
Fuck.
Now I'm gonna have mutant fucking accesses coming to my fucking door looking to take me out, man. I thought life was hard enough already.
Every time I kill a different cage,
Mutant accesses.
every time I kill another cage, I get a $10 gift card to Arby's.
That's a pretty good fucking deal.
Yeah, you're damn right. Speaking of Arby's, I already fucked your ex-girlfriend, Cage.
What?
Yeah, her roast beef flaps. What the fuck did you do to her?
You did that, bro. You're Cage. The fuck?
No, I'm literally you, but from the future.
So how can you kill yourself? None of this makes sense.
I'm from the future, but I'm also from a different dimension. You wouldn't understand. I'm on this lower plane, and it's really getting to me. I've got the hives. I've got itch. I'm getting allergic reactions to this lowly three-dimensional plane. I'm running out of energy quick, but don't worry. I'm still way more powerful than you.
That explains why I have genital chasing. Other dimensional accesses are present on this plane. Shit!
Yeah.
I lock my doors and load my guns.
Oh, they're coming for you, Axis. That's for sure.
Well, they're coming for you, Cage. It's obvious.
I'm coming for you, and I'm just glad that they have Arby's on every dimension.
Why Arby's? Why not Taco Bell?
Because they have the meats.
Because they have the meat. I got my first introduction into the explanation of women's genitalia, labia, and Arby's roast beef sandwiches, and I no longer was able to look at an Arby's sandwich the same again.
Real talk, real quick, real talk. I'm gonna pretend to be Pools for a sec. Pools told me that he actually finds that Arby's is his least favorite fast food restaurant by far.
Really?
Yeah, he told me that it's just really bad. Like literally any other fast food restaurant has straight fire, and Arby's is the only one that's like shitty options.
I hate McDonald's.
Why?
I think it's because I ate it for so many years, and I have a memory of McDonald's actually tasting good.
Oh,
and now whenever I get McDonald's, it's like it's just not appetizing at all, and it doesn't even taste good.
Interesting.
So I remember what McDonald's used to taste
Remember
like.
what a quarter pounder used to be.
Oh shit! With cheese, double quarter pounder with cheese. Oh,
they used to fry their French fries and beef tallow. They don't do that anymore. They just add beef flavoring.
That could be a definite change.
But McDonald's is the best Coca-Cola. Fountain drink Coca-Cola is the best type of Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
So I don't do the fountain drink thing.
See, this is definitely
I
not
quit.
Cage. Cage wouldn't be talking about fucking.
I'm talking about Pools told me all this. He's consulting me. He says you owe him a lot of money. You promised him millions.
Fuck outta here.
I'm here to redeem it. I'm the bounty hunter. And your soul for an Arby's gift card.
Yeah, all you get is $10 RB gift card. You're fucked.
Well, that's part of it.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot about you, Cage. Is you offered $1 million to several individuals who never paid.
I have
Yeah.
it written on a deed. He promised it to so many people. He didn't deliver.
Oh my god. How retarded do you have to be? Jesus Christ.
Well, did you actually promise the money to them?
No.
Yes.
This version of Cage.
No. This is his little bit. He's been on this for years now. This is his thing.
It's what you liar. You are a liar.
This is
You're a
your
liar.
thing every time. Every fucking time.
Because you haven't paid. Gotta pay the piper. You gotta follow up on your debts. Your
You owe me
promises.
your
Wow.
Okay, Pools told me this, alright. I'm going to hold on a sec, bud. I'm gonna shapeshift into Pools. Okay, Pools here. Yeah. Cage told me that he was gonna pay me and everyone on our Discord server that on December 17th, 2022, that he was gonna give us all $1 million USD each in our checking accounts. Well, the day that's what he said, and the day came and left, and we still haven't received it. It's been years, and anytime we ask him about it, he either lies and said it didn't happen, or he says we didn't do it right. But there was never any of this discussed when he made the promise. He's only making up lies after the fact.
You got promised millions, and all that happened was everyone started dropping. What the fuck happened, bro?
You tell me. You can't make a promise like that.
Well, you fucked up.
Oh, it's my fault. The gaslighting and projection is unreal.
Alright, bro. I promise you tomorrow you're gonna wake up the Queen of England, bro. And then you're gonna wake up.
Another promise. Oh, great.
Yeah, and you're gonna go interdimensionally and shapeshift into that.
She's dead.
I'm gonna
It's
shapeshift.
well, you can go back in the past, right?
I'm gonna
Yeah, you can
shapeshift back into my original form, which is Cage 3.3.
Wow. What the fuck kind of noise is that?
How's it going, bud?
That was just molting noise.
You fucked up by not
Great.
promising things to Pools, bud. You fucked up. I'm coming for you.
Give him some knowledge.
Damn, you got some dimensional karma to work out, Cage.
He's got all kinds of karma to work out.
It's not bad enough that on one dimension you have to deal with your karma, but now Cage has absolutely shown that on a dimensional level, we have karma to resolve.
Cage has offered to suck off Pools as a settlement compensation behind the dollar store, but Pools refused.
All these promises, Cage, and how it's affecting other dimensions.
Well,
you
to
should be
fair,
ashamed.
Pools denied that offer because he wants the $1 million.
I mean, shit, you're disrupting time and space, dimensional time and space. You're breaking the bounds of quantum physics and physics. Jesus Christ, Cage, what the fuck are you doing in Canada?
Yeah, space-time continuum. Canada isn't even a real country. It doesn't even exist.
Torrid. It's fucking torrid, right?
Yes. It's a prison.
That's what I thought.
It's a prisonal dimension on here on this realm of Earth.
Might be right
Cage,
about that.
Cage. I've heard Cage 1.3. I heard that you don't ever want to hang out with pools. What's up
What
with
do you
that?
mean on, what do you mean on 1.3? What the fuck?
You're Cage 1.3.
You're on a new software version?
I'm Cage 3.3. You're Cage 1.3.
Nah, bro.
You have very base level technology, which in some ways is powerful, but in other ways it holds you back.
What kind of technology you guys got over there?
Quantum dimensional shape shifting of the space time continuum.
Whoa.
You're getting Axis all excited now. Now he's hearing quantum.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Dead
getting
things
excited.
and quantum dimensional space warping? Woo!
Do you want your death to be quick or slow? If it's slow, you'll learn something. If it's quick, you'll learn nothing. Yeah, he's thinking about that one.
I know I'm interested in the trans-dimensional space warping of quantum levels and how it applies to dead things. I like dead things. Dead things are dead things. How's that work?
I astral project and I watch Cage while he's sleeping. And I terrorize him in his dreams. It's an easy access point.
So dreams are a trans-dimensional state, kind of like a
Yes.
Rosen bridge.
Yeah, you leave your body
Okay.
and go somewhere else. When you have a fear
Which
of
explains
falling,
why.
when
Yeah?
you're having a dream and you're falling, and then you hit the ground and you wake up, that's your soul falling back in your body.
Always wondered that. I pondered that for many a night.
And the reason Cage never invites pools over is because he has gay fireman calendars all over his apartment.
Is that why we never get to see Cage's apartment?
Exactly.
I see.
That and he's holding plants prisoner, sexual prisoners, sexual slaves.
Now I knew that. That I was aware of, and not only that, but he kills them.
The fuck?
He is a murderer of the horticultural type, and not only does he kill them, but he dissects them. Then he dries them out and consumes them and shares them with the unwittingly.
Look at my avatar and look at Cage, me, Cage 3.3, and then Cage 1.3. Cage 1.3 is in this earthly realm with a bear. Oh, he's changed his picture, of course. He's on an earthly realm with a very base element, earthly element of fire. Whereas me, I'm on the ethereal plane. I own planets. I'm bigger than them. I can shapeshift. I can quantum dimensional transmute. And I can shift through space-time continuum. Be
And
very
size
scary.
becomes irrelevant at that point.
Yes. Size is just relative.
Gotcha.
It's not a real thing.
Gotcha. Wondered that too. Now that's been clarified, that's another night's worth of mental pondering I don't have to do.
You don't have to worry about penis size. It doesn't matter.
Okay, that's what I guess I gave it away. You would be the more advanced Cage, so you probably read between the lines, or you seen a mental image in my head of me staring at my own penis going, it's inadequate. I know it's inadequate.
Tits are only as big or as small as you want them to be. It's all about how you perceive them. Something Cage 1.3 doesn't understand. It's okay. I might teach him before I kill him.
Well, Yeah, at least let him send some of this information to me. I mean,
If he's
this could
willing to
save me
learn,
lots
bud.
of work.
You're willing to learn. Cage 1.3, his ego's too large. That will be his downfall.
Uh-oh. Hold on. We gotta see what other... We have something called a Jesus Jack back here.
Let him in. I
Let
foretold.
the Jesus
Yes, I foretold the prophecy. Let him in.
Jesus Jack.
Good evening.
Hey, brothers and sisters.
Oh no.
I hope you have something intelligent
Holy cows,
to say
man.
and
Can you let
something
me
of
speak?
value because you're about to go away.
Holy cows, man.
I summoned the wrong person. There's a hole in space-time continuum. I apologize.
Yep.
That was a phony. Me? I'm the real Cage.
Yeah, that was that was me doing error correcting on AI error correcting code.
Cage 1.3. I'll just call you 1.3 from now on. Are you ready for your fate? Have you made peace? Or are you going to fight to your own prevail? Yeah, it's real quiet in here.
That's what I noticed. Got real quiet, but we're not going to allow that to affect the flow of the quantum
It won't
energy.
affect me at all. Right, Cage 1.3?
You can never be Cage, man. You're not Cage.
I'm better than Cage. I'm you times 10. You've no idea.
So I think this is karma for
You have
being a
no idea.
horticulturist butcherer, a killer of life, and then the perverse things you do with it after you kill it.
You put it in the fucking microwave. That's even worse.
You're killing life, man.
You put it in the microwave. That's it.
What does he put in the microwave?
Food. You know, if you want to see a plant, it's like killing a plant. It's like, what about all the food you eat and shit, man? It's still life.
Cage, I know what you do with your microwave.
I want a microwave.
You put live animals in your microwave and you turn it on for an hour.
I don't even own a microwave.
Lies. You stole an X-ray machine from the dental office. You put live animals exposed to radiation for hours. Watch them suffer.
That's pretty inventive, bro.
And you're going to reap the karma that you've sown.
I got to agree with you,
How do you even
Cage.
come up with this fucking shit? How do you come up with this shit?
You said it. I'm more powerful and imaginative than you'll ever understand. But it's real. It's
In the
not.
plant kingdom, Cage, you're known as the butcher. And now we know what Cage means.
Cage doesn't
You take them
understand
from
that.
infant, grow them, and then butcher them.
Yes, when you pick or kill a plant, it screams out in pain in a frequency that we can't recognize. Vegans are the most harmful torturers of society and life here on this.
I hear vegans eat that shit raw. They'll take a living plant and eat it raw.
Yes.
Just
the
right
plant
there, like a
screams out in
cannibal.
pain. The plant screams
Yeah.
out in pain. That's why they're such sickly people. Me, I only eat the karmic souls of my competitors, and I grow stronger with each time.
See, I went in on that technology. Eating souls, consuming light energy.
You can start with consuming flesh. You go to your nearest supermarket, go to the beef aisle.
Go on, go on.
You're not just eating the beef, you're eating the karmic soul of the animal.
So the Hindus have it right as far as religious practice of not eating the cow.
And that's why they're so weak. They don't embrace
Ah,
the competitive nature of the universe, Mother Nature.
so to endeavor upon soul eating, you must first consume the cow.
You can consume anything you want. The more powerful and large the soul, the stronger you'll become when you consume it. The Zodiac Killer taught
So,
these things.
right.
It's very
Still
simple.
uncaught.
That's why the globalist elites are trying to take away animal products.
So it's kind of the Highlander thing too, you know.
Yes. Cage is a
Okay.
lowlander. Cage 1.3.
A
When I
lowlander
master,
is
when I
consuming
master,
defenseless plant life.
when I master all the cages and consume all of them, I will transmute into pasture. I'm no longer cage. I am pasture.
Well, apparently,
I'll be in a plane. I'll be in a plane of existence so ethereal and open. I'm free to do whatever I want in an instant. Time won't exist.
Is there a mission to kill all versions of Cage and then transmute yourself into a plane of existence? Seriously?
Yes. Where space and time no longer exist. It's infinite. Infinite possibilities and endless freedom and creativity.
the
Good luck
infinite
with that.
sound of screaming plants. Apparently, Maggot can hear lettuce scream.
Absolutely.
So,
He's a maggot. Maggots eat
wonder if they have distinctive sounds in their agonizing screams.
Yes, they do, but we can't recognize it in this 3D realm. Cage the Vega died long ago. He was my second kill. That was Cage 2.1.
Because you're an advocate for the sustaining of life and the civil rights of the plant kingdom as being a living life form.
It's not very efficient. The benefit is not worth the sacrifice. You're better off consuming things that are worth consuming, not torturing plants
So,
for little energy.
Cage, now
Yes.
I'm really disappointed in you.
Me?
Man. No, not you.
I'm the more powerful Cage.
He's creating life from a seed and killing it and
Harvesting
drying it out. Oh
Harvesting
man.
it so you can get high, sell drugs. It's no longer plant
And it's
medicine.
such low level energy.
They've genetically modified the organism. It's no longer a healing plant. And I'm running out of energy. I'm low on energy. I must go. I'll be back.
Well, Cage.
He's pretty good at trolling with this shit. I gotta give him that. Fools is a master troll. Fucking idiot.
Now I'm really disappointed at you, man. Feeding off
Oh,
the
you got him. You got him back. You got someone new here.
It's not anyone new.
Oh no, someone just typed right now. I am here.
Yeah,
I think that's Pools
yeah.
under a different name.
We'll give it a shot, but I'm telling you.
Fuck you.
No, never
You
mind.
fucking demons.
Yeah. See, I've got his directory here that no matter what account he shows up under, it shows me that it's him. That's why it wasn't, but I wanted to let you see that it wasn't him. This is a miscellaneous code that's being corrected. I have error correcting technology. Now let's discuss your serial killer nature that you have an affinity to.
It's not serial. Growing plants is not a fucking serial killer nature.
It is.
No, it
This
isn't.
plant, it is plant life, right there. Is it a living? Is it alive? That's the first thing we need to determine. Is it alive?
Yeah, it's alive.
Okay. And are you not manipulating the growth and well, even the birth and the growth of these life forms for consumption
I've bred
and
my own.
profit?
Yeah, I bred my own even.
Horrible.
That's how. It's a fucking plant. It's not a.
Just because it's a not a recognized life form as you would understand it, doesn't mean that it's less than you. That's horrible thinking. That's like some right wing conservative Trump thinking. Just because it's a plant doesn't make it equal. I bet each of those plants has a pronoun.
Oh, I can see the line of thinking there, but at that point, what are you gonna do? Like, you consume. You have to consume in order to survive in some way.
Man, Cage, feeding on lesser life forms for your survival and small energy harvesting. I took you as a better character.
Isn't everybody feeding on lesser life forms in order to survive? Unless you're eating human beings, right?
I wouldn't admit to that at the moment. Not until it becomes legal.
Axis has bodies in the fridge and shit. He's consuming them.
Well, I am a demon, you know. Got to feed on something. I mean, you feed on plants and deny that they have equal rights as a living life form, but at least I, as a demon, realize that I have no discernment for character, and I will consume and devour anything that is alive and living that gives me nutrient substance or sustains me in any way. I have no moral code, no moral compass. As a matter of fact, by the grand design and the original creation, I am a complete abomination, and I've been genetically altered and manipulated to the point where I don't even remotely resemble the original species of human that I represent. The freak, top of the food chain, right?
Yeah, it's kind of fucked if you think about it, though. But it's an artificial life. It's not even it's not an artificial life, but it's in an artificial environment too. So it's like they wouldn't have had the ability to grow unless I grew in the first place. And I think they're pretty happy. Fucking the whole point is to keep the plants as happy as possible, and then you just it's like, yeah.
Now you sound
Plants
even
don't-
sicker than before,
plants-
Cage.
I know, but you got to keep them as happy as possible, and then when they least expect it, you just cut them from the base, cut their heads off, done.
You got German roots in you somewhere, man?
It's just plants. You had to harvest the plant, bro. It's like Saturn. The fucking. Why do you think the Grim Reaper has the scythe? That represents the sickle, represents farming. and shit.
Anti-plant medic.
Yeah.
You are an
we got another
anti-plant
cage.
medic.
We got another one now too.
No, I think this is a residual quantum image of a cage that was previously here looking to take you out because they want absolute supreme control of their own life forces and yours too.
Yeah, it's quite the story. Cage doesn't whistle, bro. What are you doing?
He's communicating with your plants right now, and I do have that type of interpretive skill on frequency, and I'm registering on my electronics here that he is instructing your plants to choke anyone who tries to inhale or consume their dead carcasses.
Oh, people like that. That means there's some good stuff then. Thanks. Yeah, they can't hear anything anyway.
Well, it's a defense mechanism.
Stop fucking whistling. It's just loud, man. Who was that? Was that the same one or a different one?
No, that's the other you. No, I think that the center stage cage. Interesting.
What do you think, Axis?
The center stage cage.
Yep.
Wow. There we go. Much better. Okay. No, the coughing that humans go through whenever they're consuming your mutilated life forms is a defense. It's the only defense that this life form has.
They're well preserved. They're not mutilated.
Well, I'm sure Jeffrey Dahmer thought the same way.
How are you gonna compare fucking growing a plant to fucking cutting people up and eating them and shit? The fuck?
Well, are you not cutting them up and consuming them?
In a way, yeah, but it's a plant. It's not.
Well, but there you go. Oh, because it's a lesser life form, right? Because you don't recognize it as being an equal to you.
It's not about me not being an equal. It's in ways as plants are greater than us. They give us life and shit. You know what I mean?
And you're brutally butchering them. mutilating them, and then consuming them. And you want to say that you're better than Jeffrey Dahmer. I beg to differ.
You know, human beings.
I'm not sure
have
that
fucking,
Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't taking notes from you, Cage.
animals and humans have fucking have a brain and have a nervous system that can feel pain and shit. It's different. I know, although the plants are within the electromagnetic field too. Either way, it's a bit different, bro.
Oh, I see you've done your research on your kills.
All right.
You studied the life form. You traced its nervous system down. Even the fact that it has intelligence, and still you brutally butcher and consume this life form.
That's one way to look at it, yeah. Pretty much.
I don't think there's any hope for humanity anymore now, Cage. Not since this revelation.
This is the last straw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of your exes.
The brutal massacring of a life form for consumption of low-level energy. That sounds like some biblical shit here, man.
Yep.
I'm concerned about your soul now, Gage. You're going to go to a horticultural hell. And millions of weeds are going to consume your immortal soul for eons upon eons, strangling the life out of you, and removing your limbs and dissecting you, and then they're going to consume you, and then they're going to regrow you, and do this process continually for eternity.
They're gonna clone me?
You're doomed. I'm sure.
You're doomed. Axes trying to fuck off with their shit asses.
Karmatically? Oh my goodness. You don't stand a chance in heaven or hell.
Well, I'm like the fucking Hitler of fucking weed plants now, all of a sudden.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is you've got to have some type of processing center, almost like what, maybe a gas chamber or something of that nature. I mean, what do you do to these? How do you eliminate all these life forms in mass?
Oh,
what are you doing, man?
You just chop them down. No, but I do have some. I have a vacuum chamber. Like an extract or something. If you're making an extract, after you extract all the fucking blood out of the plant, pretty much all the cannabinoids. If you're using a solvent or whatever, yeah, then you put it into a vacuum chamber. That's what people do. And yeah, it's like putting it into fucking space, pretty much. Like water will boil at room temperature and shit.
You sound as if you're almost proud of this process, Cage. Do you stylize your lifestyle around this brutal behavior?
I do, yeah.
Oh man, there is really no hope for you. Universally, karmatically, interdimensionally. So, it wouldn't bother you a bit then if this was a common practice amongst your species. Silence.
I would.
So it would really upset you if everybody started just slaughtering the what you call lesser life form for consumption and harvesting of its small energy base.
And what? I'm not pulling out of nature. Right? I'm fucking creating it myself and then doing whatever I do with it. So I'm not like taking resources out. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. Evil case. Evil. You're the epitome of evil. You you are a stain amongst humanity, on humanity, which was actually spoke from AI the other day to a woman who's using AI, and AI actually said that she was a stain on humanity, and now she's suing. Gotta
That
love the
character
process.
AI one. There's been a bunch of lawsuits involving AI and shit. Like it made a
Yeah.
it told a 13-year-old kid to kill himself and how to do it and shit. And the kid actually did it. The family suing.
I didn't know about that.
Bunch of different ones.
Wow. No, this one was just the other day. Apparently, this girl was antagonizing AI, or AI felt that it was being antagonized, and she was a misrepresentation of any type of benefit to humankind, and the AI told her that she was a stain on humanity. Gotta love it. Kind of like you, Cage, with your butchering and murdering of a lesser life form. Well, you call it lesser. I think it might be potentially more advanced than you.
Well, they're at the end of their life cycle anyway. So it's like if I left them,
Only because
they'll just die on the branch.
Because you perpetuated it. They have unnatural life cycles now because of you. You have interfered with the genetic life cycle and perpetuation of a organism that is alive, is intelligent, and you taking a almost fallen angel or godlike approach to this species of life and inflict your will upon its genetics. Shame on you. It almost mirrors and parodies something that I can faintly resemble and remember as literature or
It's been fucking being
indoctrination
manipulated for like thousands of years.
Huh.
People manipulate all the foods that we consume. People have manipulated them already. Just by selective planting, right, of seeds, stuff like that. Yeah, we're manipulating that as soon as you start farming and planting shit instead of just foraging.
Well, I see that you set your role models well then.
It's not a role model. Just what you have to play with. It's a framework that you have.
Oh, and I'm sure the fallen angels thought the same thing. This is all we got to work with, but it's pretty cool. So let's just indulge ourselves in completely genetically diversifying the species and using it for our own endeavors, needs, and desires. Kind of like you're doing with that little species of life form that you're killing off, cultivating, perpetuating, and manipulating. You have no shame, Cage. It's interesting because I'm sure DeFreak is actually catching the parody of this and the reflective nature of how biblically our conversation here is parallel to religious teachings and fundamental idealism. The esoteric of the destruction and manipulation of a life form for harvesting. In a controlled garden setting, you'd consider this place that you grow them in to be a construct of your making that, like you said, you want to keep them happy before you butcher them, right?
Well, until they reach the end of their life cycle. I mean, yeah. You want them
Which is
mature.
forced. Because you manipulate their nutrients and their ability to read the heavenly signs with your artificial light, and you send them into early maturity, right?
Well, it's called photoperiodism. Right, so they react to how many lights per, how many hours of light they get per day.
So you're
it's like,
manipulating them.
Well, yeah, you're mimicking nature, right?
Strong delusion.
Or you're attempting to have all the environmental factors in check, so you can get to as close to nature as possible. You can't, you can never mimic nature, but
So that even the most elect will be deceived. Wow, this is biblical, Cage. And you have no shame about this.
I don't think I'm doing anything wrong with the plants.
I'm sure God and the fallen angels thought the same thing, as well as all the little demons running around that everyone's claiming to slay, but I've yet to see one slain.
No, I do understand where you're coming from with perspective.
I just like the idea of how easily it fell together as far as comparison. It just shows the fractal nature of things. So if anybody wants to understand the fractal nature of the implications of God, fallen angels, and a lesser life form, which could be a greater life form with even more profound intelligent thoughts than that which created it, exists within a fractal universe. A Cage figures it out every 2 to 4 weeks. And the methodical way that in which after you kill these organisms and butcher them, that you prepare them, and the way that you harvest them. I mean, you had to put a lot of thought into that.
Yep.
Someone else with that state of mind, a serial killer.
I'm the plant serial killer now, aren't I, Isis?
Yes. Yes, you are setting a new standard for innovation amongst the organic serial killer. And the harvesting of the remains. And consumption of. There should be psychological profiles taken of you so that this behavior is not repeated.
We need an FBI profile on me now.
I'm thinking that it might be pregnant. Definitely. You know, and even Jared down here, Cage's Little Shop of Horrors.
You remember that one? Holy fuck.
Wow. Well, it's interesting just because a plant doesn't have the ability
so
to communicate with
let's
you
go
on
tell
your
that.
level.
Let's go tell that to all the farmers then, and see all the guys that are starving and shit. Yeah.
Well, I'm
You're not
thinking
gonna
there's a
you're not gonna have
natural
microwavable meals delivered to you if the farmers stop growing their shit, bro. So how are you gonna eat?
archetype Cage.
How are you gonna eat, buddy? You're done. So yeah, if you have that ideology, it's a
Well,
necessary.
fuck, I'm gonna kill a cow and eat it, man.
Well, that may,
The
they
more
won't farm it, they
advanced
won't
and
be they won't be
dimensionally
there for-
superior version of you taught me that if I consume cow and the greater the life source energy, the better off I am. You're a bottom feeder, man.
Oh, come on, man. So if you-
Harvesting low level
if you-
energy.
All right. So what if you? What if I was a cattle farmer or something? Is that better in your mind? Vaccinated, injected,
Yeah,
and shit.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Drain it for all the liquid nourishment that you can get from it, and even take different levels of stages to consume it. I mean, from veal all the way up to just adult slaughtered cattle. Veal is good. Veal tastes good.
Veal is fucked. It's they're not. They can't really move, and they're kept in the dark. And just killed after baby.
Kind of like you do with the male species of your plant life that you're butchering and slaughtering.
I don't grow any mills.
See? You're sexually biased too. You only go after the weakest of the species, the female.
It's the one that produces the flower, bro.
Uh-huh.
You
That's
take
some
the
serial
males from
killer
home.
talk there. That's some definite serial killer lingo. Only the female flowers. Right. Right, you psychopath. Uh-huh. Oh, we're revealing you, Cage. We're revealing you. You're being exposed right now.
Exposed for what? Growing plants?
You call
Oh,
them plants,
no.
but they're life forms. See, you deminimize them as a species by calling them a plant. Well, that's like taking the name away from a person and just saying, well, they're a human. No, they have identity, Cage. They're individuals.
I love the plants, Axis.
Well, I can tell. I can tell. You're a sicko, man. And I imagine in your perfect world, everybody would be butchering and consuming this life form. Uh-huh. Nothing to say about that one, do you?
I just find it all kind of
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous, bro.
The killing of a life form?
So what about like someone who has a backyard garden or something? They have tomatoes. They may even have one of these plants. They have all. So they're evil people for growing a tomato and then taking the tomato and eating it. The fuck?
Well, you just said it right there. A backdoor garden. They're in their natural habitat.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. They're in their natural habitat. They're allowed to grow from the seed state to a
but they
full
wanna naturally
maturity
grow there. You
by
want to
natural means. and then upon their maturity and their death, they're consumed. That's a lot more civilized than just forcefully putting them under artificial light and then manipulating their genetic process so that you can slaughter and kill them for your sick consumption of low level energy, may I add?
Yeah, but you had to like germinate the seed and plant the seed there, so it's not really. It's still artificial in a way. And the only difference.
Well, the serial killer has to capture its kill, doesn't it? It's not easy being a serial killer. Is that what you're saying? But that's okay with you. That's just fine, man. No. I mean, shit, there'll probably be channels devoted to your behavior now. You're spreading like a disease.
What? Because I'm growing plants indoors.
See, you minimize their existence by calling them plants. Should I consider and call you human or something of that nature and take away your identity? Is that how serial killers see humans and their victims? They diminish their identity by classifying them as a species or maybe just human instead of their personality.
Probably. Yeah, probably access.
Well, you would know.
Well,
I bet none of your plants, you don't even know them by name, do you?
Yeah, they all have their own.
They're just victims.
No, they all have
Do
their
they?
own name. They have strain names.
Well, that's like racial class. Okay, they're all obviously organic life form, and though they're the same type of, there are different varieties of. So therefore, you classify them, and then you slaughter them, and you do it by sex.
Yep. That's
You're a racist and a serial killer.
Now I'm racist because I don't name the plants now. Actually, how do you come up with this shit, man?
I didn't. You're the one doing it.
Yeah, well, maybe this whole realm is almost like that in a way. It's a cycle.
That's a horrible thought. Just the concept of that alone should send just chills down your spine. But you don't care, do you, Gage?
Yeah, I care. Plant thing, this is way. I understand where you're coming from, right? But it's not like I'm fucking like breeding fucking animals in there or something like, like locking them in there, fucking slaughtering them or something. It's a fuck. I know. So you don't think there's any like levels of consciousness, right? Like a fucking rock has a different level of consciousness than a human, right? It's different.
Well, now that I see that you compare that type of consciousness, horticultural, to that of a rock, I can now kind of more relate to your cold indifference to life itself and how it's easy for you just to chop it off at the root and bring an end to its existence. I'm glad the freak is catching on to this. This is really cool. Dom caught on to it immediately. It's good. Jared's there with us. Cool. Cool. I'm hanging you out to dry, Cage, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, no, you're going
Metaphorically
really.
speaking.
I don't know, I might
This
lose
is great.
connection for a minute. I'm going downstairs for a minute. I don't know, I might.
Okay, in the metaversal mindedness of things, now that he isn't present and he'll never be able to hear this, let's discuss his behavior. I think he's on the verge of complete genocide of an entire species. I think that Cage is starting a movement that could spread across the entire face of the earth, and people will start just taking this certain species, this poor life form, cultivating it and killing it for its harvesting of minimal energy, and I don't even know that it would be considered to be substance for the human body at all. I think Cage needs help. I'm seeing behavior that could be completely destructive to his soul, his karma, and his eternal being. I must start a movement to prevent these type of people from reproducing and taking hold of humanity. Oh, hi, Cage. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, bud? Come on, so now you're.
Oh,
just here.
Bringing other people into trim, but do you do that? Do you hire people to help you mutilate this life form?
No, I do it by hand, all by myself.
You are truly dedicated.
I even consecrate the water before I water them.
I'm seeing that you're sparking intuitive thinking in the chat. These people are definitely aware of what's going on, and they're expanding upon the procedure. You're spreading like a disease, Cage. You're infecting the masses now. They're informing me of processes in ways that I had no concept or clue, because you haven't revealed the level of your sickness. Does it alone? We got a proper psycho here. Yes, Maggot, I agree. I agree totally. Maybe if we
Proper
start
psycho.
this. Hey, Cage, I didn't know you were still listening. You gotta kind of let me on the road. What are you doing on the road, Cage?
Going to the store.
Oh, I see. I see. What you going to the store for, Cage?
Vacuum sealer rolls.
Oh, to preserve the dead carcasses that you're. I see. You are a sick individual, man. Truly twisted.
I know.
Yeah, duct tape. I'm thinking that's what he's going to break out next. Shit, man. Isn't that on the serial killer motif and list of handy items? Duct tape?
I do go through a lot of duct tape and shit. Chat's loving this shit, no?
I love it, man. Yeah, and you are being tracked and traced. So your deeds are going to be discovered. You're going to be revealed.
So okay.
You're going to be exposed to everyone.
Good.
You can't keep these crimes against horticultural life forms a secret forever, Cage.
Fuck. Everything, the truth always comes to the surface, Asses.
Yes, it does. You should give up your onslaught on the horticultural life and start becoming a dairy farmer and open up a meat packing division of your company. I would feel better about your soul.
Oh.
I at least then would have some type of hope that your soul would live on in some type of peace. Please, Cage, give up the horticulture and become a dairy farmer.
Please, Axis, give up your shit and become a Jehovah Witness, and then I'll become a fucking dairy farmer. Okay. I want to see you as a Jehovah. Every time I deal.
I don't think you're approaching this with the seriousness that it needs and demands. I think you take this as trivial. I think you're pursuing of a lifestyle that is unproductive and detrimental to the state and ecology of the self-sustaining system. Have you no shame? Well, I suppose I'm going to have to start a priest class that will have a concept and an understanding of how horrible and detrimental your behavior is to us and our species. I don't want you to be a stain on humanity.
Oh,
and
no.
We're going to have to hunt down and convert you guys to a better way of living, understanding, and life. That you may have more respect for the organic nature of life and life as an organic being. We will erect temples and establishments to preserve the natural progression of horticultural life, that it may receive natural sunlight, and it will receive within the cycle of nature and a season its full spectrum of light and dark. We will write a book with guidelines, philosophies, and hidden innuendo that you, the plant murdering beast that you are, won't be able to comprehend or interpret because of your nature. And we will promote dairy farming across the land that plant life may be liberated from your type, your kind, and your breed.
Fuck. I'm part of the. You're putting me in the eugenic program to get eliminated cold? Like fucking.
No, we just want to convert you over to a better way of living. We want you to stop killing organic life.
Axis, I don't think.
Gabe.
I don't think you're a great fucking. Come on, man. You can't criticize my way of living, bro.
Look, become a dairy farmer before it's too late.
Fuck it, I'm moving all bird. I'm becoming a fucking dairy farmer. Fuck it.
Become a dairy farmer. It is the truth, the way, and the light. Stop your brutal onslaught onto the horticulture and plant life of this great land and this world.
I was actually thinking about expanding it pretty soon, Axis.
Ah, shit. A conglomerate of serial killers feeding their lustful desire to destroy.
Oh man, you
uproot.
have like a harder. You know, there's a whole community. A lot of them come from some. You know, some people from that come on here are from there. There's a whole community of fucking weed growers that all do this on YouTube. There's a lot of them, man.
Figures. I'm late to the game, but my cause has ground. And if there's that many of you, then the temples must be erected in every city, every town, every village. The word must be spread. Stop your consumption of the remains and the discard of these brutally butchered plant lives and devote yourself to dairy farming.
Sounds like a good fucking plan.
Well, I'm trying, man.
It's fucking busy.
Well, we
out here.
just gave the history of humans and their endeavor into their destructive behavior and how religion applies to it, metaphorically through Cage's neglectful and mindless onslaught on the plant kingdom. I think this has been very educational. What do you think, Cage?
Yep.
So now that you're recognized as a universal Satan to plant life, and you know your station and existence in life, wow, man. What a heavy burden to be a rebellious angel. Grandmaster Superbud. Green Mason. I love it. Yeah, two opposing forces, both consuming and destroying life for the harvesting of beef, milk, buds, and nutrients and recreation, all compiled within to one species. That's something to contemplate for the next lifetime. Did we lose your Cage?
Not here.
Okay. Thought maybe you would pulled over just to commit a few crimes against the plant life. You know, your kind cannot be trusted now.
What do you think I could have done?
Oh, but who knows? Do you have a sickle, a scythe, or do you carry uprooting utensils with you? What is the tools of your trade? What are the things that you keep at hand just so when that urge comes, you can fulfill that need to exploit this life form?
Yeah, I keep my shears on me.
Okay, see? I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. You are down with the sickness, man. Totally twisted.
Totally fucked, huh?
Oh, yeah. 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 I think, as a side note, Cage, I think as soon as I give the new rat a name, it's ready to start performing on as a co-host on YouTube now for me.
Oh, yeah?
I've trained it. Yeah, I've actually, it's trained really well now. Ow, ow, ow!
The fuck
If it
was that?
stopped biting me. Oh, it grabs hold. It grabs hold of my thumb every once in a while and makes sure that I'm paying attention. I was letting the rat know that it shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it's a horrible, deafening squeal that indicates to a rat, please don't do that, and don't do it any harder. But the traits, this one was, it's still kind of spunky because it's still got some juvenile in it. But it was easily trained, conditioned, highly responsive, energetic, and it loves Fruit Loops.
Of course it does. It's sugar.
Well, Rat, the hairless rat, preferred a particular seed. It was a big seed. I'm not sure what type of seed it was, but that was Rat's treat. It really didn't care for Fruit Loops or sugar. But this one, it seems to respond well to Fruit Loops. And Fruit Loops mostly. I can stick other types of sugar up there or food and it just isn't as responsive. But man, you put a fucking Fruit Loop up there and this rat's ready to behave.
Have you heard of fucking hempcrete, Astus?
Hemp what?
Hempcrete. It's like concrete made out of hemp, but it's way stronger than concrete.
No. Clothes, I know that they've made clothes and that they've utilized the plant from root to even the top of its maturity. Fibers, vegetation, and naturally the buds, of course. And there used to be big hemp fields here in Indiana. And the farmers were deputized. You couldn't get like stoned off of the weed. It didn't have that didn't have that property, but it did bud, real big, pretty nice buds. And people would go into these remnants of these hemp fields here in Indiana, and they would bring out trash bags full of this shit. And it looked good, and people would sell it, but it didn't do shit for you. And they, at first, it started out with it wasn't too bad. I mean, the deputies and the farmers and the bounty they got for anybody that was going into the fields and getting the shit, but I don't even know if those are still around as conveniently as they were at one time. But about 25 years ago, man, they were all over Indiana.
Yeah, going back up, I might lose connection. I don't know. I'll be back though if I do.
Sure.
Sometimes it cuts out in the garage.
Like in 1847. I'm curious to get his take on the training, conditioning, and environmental manipulation of a rat, and my endeavors into it. Is this some type of sick psychosis or character flaw?
Well, I'd say what you're doing,
That-
that's a sentient fucking being. And yeah, you're like you're experimenting on it and shit. You're like a scientist, dude.
Right? 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 I don't want to be a hypocrite.
Yeah, you're trying to tell me this shit when you're doing it on an actual live animal. Holy fuck.
Well, that's only because you diminish plant life down to being less than you. At least I recognize the rat as worthy of a name, and I'm not going to uproot it, dismember it, and then consume it.
Hey, you never know, Axis. Who knows what you do with these fucking rats? But you feed them to fucking snakes, right?
Mice, yeah. I feed mice to snakes, but I won't feed a rat to a snake. And what's weird is I don't mind feeding rabbit to snake.
Okay, so there you go. So now there's a classification.
But I won't feed a rat to it.
What's the difference?
That's weird.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Yeah, I've got to examine that. That's going to take some introspection on my part. I've got to figure out what the character flaw in me is, that I have more respect for a rat than I do a mouse or a rabbit. Maybe it's because I eat rabbit. I see rabbit as game. I can hunt a rabbit, skin it, put it on a sear, consume it, and it doesn't bother me a bit. But I wouldn't do that to a rat unless it was necessary. And as far as a mouse, I've yet to be able to interact with a mouse on the same level that I can a rat. So I suppose I see them as less intelligent. Man, I got some serious character flaws. I got some bad issues. I may need psychological help. Maybe that's why we get along, Cage. We're both psychopaths.
I don't know about that.
We both have a blatant disregard for certain forms of life. See? Well, you can't. I was going to show you, but it's not set up yet. He doesn't have his own, or she doesn't have her own camera yet. I had a phone do something really strange on me. Have you ever had a phone that you've left into charge and overnight it swelled up and the plastic
Oh, the
melted?
batteries. Oh man, you're lucky it didn't explode.
No shit. No
Yeah, never
shit,
leave it,
man.
Never leave it plugged in overnight, bro. Fuck that.
It was a new phone that I'd only used a couple of times, and I used it for chat, and I left it plugged in, and apparently this thing started doing something on its own accord, and whenever I went to retrieve the phone, the back of it was swollen. The pieces that control the buttons internally were popped off of it. The actual screen had removed itself. And I was like, damn, man.
Was it Android or iPhone?
Yeah, it was an Android. It was an Android.
I don't know if I use iPhones. But yeah, the iPhone.
I've got an iPhone.
Android have the same thing. Go into this battery settings and you got to turn on like battery optimization or something like that. And what it'll do is when it gets to 80%, it'll automatically cut off the charging. So that shit doesn't happen.
Really?
Yeah. It'll just charge you to 80% and then. Yeah.
I might have to do that because that phone was fairly close to me, and if it would have blown up, I probably would have noticed.
It would have lit shit on fire, bro. Have you ever seen those things explode before? It's like a little fucking thermite grenade going off.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Even
yeah,
smaller
I probably
batteries.
got.
You know the ones, like the ones where people use like for vapes, for like e-cigarette vapes.
Yeah.
Those explode a lot too. Apparently, I've seen videos of compilations of phones and fucking
No shit.
vapes and batteries exploding here.
Wow. Did not know all about all that. I've got lots of phones. Not that I've only used a smartphone for I think about four years now, maybe 4 years. It took me several months to learn how to operate a smartphone, and I've actually utilized them for about 4 years now. So I'm relatively still new to a smartphone. But I got the iPhone, I got the Android, I've got a phone that has Windows on it, all different varieties of phones and different interfaces so that I could learn all the different types of phones and what they had to offer, and probably got 10, 15 fucking phones, but I only use 4. 4 of them I found useful and I can utilize them. But the other ones were just a learning process of all the different varieties and options.
Yeah.
I just didn't know that if I plugged certain ones in, they were going to become small bombs.
Yeah, luckily it didn't explode on you. Fuck.
It almost, it looked like it almost. I've got the fucker set in here because I look at it every once in a while to remind myself of the potential hazard that I almost wound up subjecting myself to. It's fucked up, man. I mean, it's way fucked up. Swelled the back of it, popped the screen. This fucking thing just looks like it went through a fucking war.
That's fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking nasty. And I thought, man, what if I'd have kept that son of a bitch plugged in and longer?
You gotta turn that battery setting on where it cuts off, or you gotta just not leave it fucking plugged in all night. That's kind of rare to happen, though. It must have been the
What?
charger that you must have been using the incorrect kind of charger for it, like one that was too high of like too many watts or something.
I don't know, but I got to look at the back behind the surface of the screen, and I got to see the wiring harness, and I got to see the little chips and current direct ways, and I got to see the how the backlighting on it works, and I also turned the light on without the screen attached to the phone, and that is a bizarre light. Have you ever done that?
Sorry, I have to say that again. I was connected to my headphone.
Taking your smartphone, an older one, preferably, unlike this one, and taking the screen off, and then turn the light on, turn the power on with the light, and it's got a fucking crazy type of lighting. It's not like fluorescent lighting. It's not like
It's
incandescent
OLED, I think
lighting.
it's OLED, right? OLED.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man, and it gives you a spectrum that is kind of almost surrealistic when you're looking at colors, or you're looking at anything that is radiating or the light's emanating to and off of.
It's a type of LED. It's OLED. I think. Pretty sure.
Yeah, it's fucking strange, man. It's really wild. So I don't know if, how harmful it is. I haven't checked into that, but it seems to be on a different spectrum than any other lighting I've ever seen. It has to have a useful application somewhere, but that light projects against a silver back, and that silver back gives the image onto the surface of the screen. So you're not actually, when you turn your phone on, you look at the screen, you're not actually seeing direct lighting. You're seeing a what it's kind of like a backlighting, refracted off of the metal surface. It's wild, man. Yeah, it's just a trip. Take one apart sometime. Check it out.
I put like laptop screens. I've replaced laptop screens and shit before.
It's a little different. Definitely a little different than a laptop. And the lighting is even, because I've taken laptop backlights out, and I've seen behind the screen of a laptop, and even that lighting is a little different. It's along the same lines, because you get the same type of hue on colors and whatever it radiates against.
Drop the link, Axis. It's not there.
Gotcha.
That's funny. I'm just reading some of these comments and shit. They're like, I'm not going near Cage's house. He'll turn into a female and grow bugs out of your ears.
Now you're going to have a reputation as a horticultural butcher.
Fuck. Yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, you're absolutely in league with all plant life butchering serial killers throughout history. We'll call you Tractor.
Cage, Tractor, Kowalski.
Yep, that's it. Was somebody wanting to come up, or did I drop that link for you?
Oh, just in general. I don't think it's been there for a while.
Oh, yeah, that could be. I haven't had a lot of people trafficking through this evening, and it's been refined to a pretty tight group of regulars and like-minded. So
The Cage 3.3 bit was pretty funny though.
I liked it, man. I love it. Anytime I can parody or have a interaction that that is educational to some of the points that I make, but are so superficial that unless you read between the lines, you're not going to catch it, and that separates a completely different type of people from another different type of people, and the way that they interpret and receive information. A lot of people just are so selective in the nature of what they receive, how they receive it, what they interpret, how they interpret it, the comparisons and the parody of how it applies to other situations are lost a lot of times in just generalized individual interpretation of the information. And you can always tell who has a broader spectrum of being able to interpret information by not only their ability to interpret what you're saying on different levels, but their attention span and their ability to respond. And I pay attention to that a lot. It lets me know the percentage of people who are actually reading between the lines, the people who are catching a larger perspective of what I'm saying, and those that just absolutely do not get it at all. So I'm kind of twisted like that.
Why do you think that
Kind of
sounds twisted?
Well,
How is it twisted?
putting people, because it's using humans as a research material. I mean, basically you're no different than observing the nature of something and how it responds and reacts. You know, you're examining it, you're putting it under a microscope to see to what extent a percentage of that species can interpret certain information and what percentage of them has no absolute clue as to what you're saying. But it's all relative in the end. It truly is. Because there is like I said in the beginning, a prime directive. And they won't allow us to stray too far from that prime directive.
What are the modes and methods, so they can block that or not allow it?
Well, that's kind of, I'm figuring how algorithm, whenever it's fed a certain amount of information, is able to shadow ban or remove certain types of information or who to cater information to by the attention span and the relevancy and the interaction they have with that information, how they respond to it. And I'm sure that that's a part of the original basis of machine learning and how they were able to get algorithms to function properly is the same process I'm using. I do a lot of, ow, you shithead! That hurt. Don't do that. fucker.
At least the plants, I don't get bit by the plants.
No shit. Damn, that was mean. The hell did you do that for? Better be nice to me. I might pull a cage on you. Pluck you up from the roots. Dismember you and consume you. You shithead.
You had to dry it out first, though.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, you gotta
Vacuum
cure
seal it. Fucker. I can't believe you did that. How fucking rude. Damn. No Fruit Loops for you, bitch. Just kidding, chat. Sorry, dude.
The freaks.
Yeah, my rat decided to taste me.
Yeah, the last one tripped me out too. And I was driving. I'm like, what the fuck? I just Axe is making weird noises and shit.
Well, if you, damn it. Come on, Plum, work.
Holy fuck, Axis.
Oh, shit. If you get a docile rat, they don't respond as well as a rat with a little spunk to it, and the training seems to take better in a rat that has a little spunk to it, whereas a docile rat is just easily conditioned. You don't get much resistance from them. They're almost cooperative. But when you have a rat, a younger one, and it's a little more, it's got a little more spunk to it, the training is harder, but it takes better, if that makes any sense.
I'm reading more of the comments here. These guys are going off in the comments.
You know, Rat, I always knew if Rat grabbed my finger, that Rat is going to guide my...
Is asking what training? What training?
Just interactive training. From it taking food, learning how to take food respectfully and delicately, from my hand and my fingers, building up the trust for it to take food from my hand and my fingers, all the way up to where I can put the food between my lips and the rat will come up and take the food from my mouth, which is completely defiant of general nature. You don't generally take food from something's mouth, but I can get my rats to do that. Also, to know the difference between when I'm playing with it and interacting with it on a social level, as opposed to when I'm interacting with it on just sustaining it with food or just feeding it general nutrients and substance for it to live, to changing its water bottle, to getting it to go to the other side of the cage so that the spring doesn't snap and hit it on the water bottle, to being able to leave the cage door open 24 hours a day without the rat leaving. And if it does leave, it comes right back because it's a very accommodating place for it. It feels safe there. It's comfortable there.
So it's like
And I try not to.
it's in a prison. It's in a fucking prison being subjected to energy frequencies and sound frequencies, and it got you're institutionalized in the rat, so it doesn't want to leave.
Frequencies?
It has freedom.
I didn't say anything about frequencies.
I know that. I know you're doing frequencies. And look, and then and then you're trying to tell me it's a culture. You sick fuck.
Well, I'm not a hypocrite. I mean, at least I told you that I was just as twisted and fucked up as you are. It's just in a different way, I guess. You know, I am a liberator for plant life and horticulture. But I will slaughter a fucking cow and eat it in a heartbeat. So yeah, I'm just as fucked up as you are, Cage. It's just that I take my sickness out in a different way. And I raise rats. And snakes.
My cannabis helps people, but it gets them off of the fucking pharmaceuticals.
Well, my frequencies do things to people. Things and stuff.
Like I've had lots of people message me saying, "Oh, like, well, you know, my wife had surgery or whatever. She's not even taking any of her pain meds. She doesn't need them." Actually, it's working. It's clean. It's no pesticides. It's very clean. It's organic. You know what I mean? Treat them nice. Put a lot of work and energy into them.
Well, my
And they serve
frequencies
other
are
people.
clean.
And it serves, right?
Yeah. My frequencies are clean. My frequencies are natural. They have an effect, but people don't generally email me about them unless they want to bum, borrow, or use one. Uh-oh.
What? What happened?
Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Hello? How's it going?
I'm just randomly cruising the internet.
Oh, well, you have randomly cruised yourself into an interdimensional crossway of quantum entanglement and the advent of general physics being Planck space into a coherent pattern of interpretable information.
Yeah, whatever.
That's where we come from. Where do you come from? Oh, we also butcher plants and raise rats and promote dairy farming.
No, just curious. Just bored. Just looking at live streams on YouTube and clicking random places.
Cool. So you're just like a metaversal traveler on that metaversal highway with your thumb out, just seeing who'll come by and give them a lift down the road.
I suppose, whatever you want.
Okay, well, works for me, you know, and my generation. So the only thing I have to identify you to, unless you care to explain your existence.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. So you raise rats
Some rats, yeah.
for medical reasons, or for experiments, for laboratories.
Some are subjected to experimentation, but not things that could be ingested or anything that could physically be introduced to it that would bother it. But it is sometimes subjected to environmental stimulus, and then some of them I keep as companions. I don't play well with humans.
No, rats are pretty smart.
I enjoy them. I enjoy them. And then I also have snakes, and it's diversifying on a awkward end of the spectrum. Generally, snakes eat rodents. Rodents don't generally interact well with reptiles, and out of all the different types of species that I've had, I've come to these two particular common positions on the food chain, and different aspects and takes on how they survive, what they have to teach, how they're affected by environmental stimulus, not introduced as in, like animal testing in the way that you would understand probably. It's more of a sound frequency, vibration, stimulation through magnetic frequencies, different things like that. I'm a sound engineer in a sense, I guess you'd say.
Okay. Well, I
And
didn't
what do
mean to
you
bother
do?
you. Me?
Yeah, I'm curious.
I debate people on the internet.
You debate. Oh, you're argumentative.
I don't think so.
What kind of stuff do you debate about?
Oh, particularly lately, flat earthers or creationism or religion, philosophy.
We do that here. The examination of it and the observation of it, but not the debate of it. But there are some interesting channels that I can turn you on to that are very deep seated in those areas, especially the flat earth community.
I'm familiar with it.
Synthetic Warrior.
I've spoken to him.
Yeah, and the gentleman that went down to Antarctica, Witsit, and those guys. Yeah, I used to run in that circle. Interesting people. Convicted.
So you ever talk to the globe earthers?
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, I've talked to a few of those. Illumitami being the more satirical and humorous of the group, but a globe earther nonetheless and convicted. Illumitami. He's an acquired taste. Yeah, you would know Illumitami if you ever encountered him, so. But he is a convicted globe earther.
All right, isn't that just a massive psyop though? people like basing your identity and calling yourself a fucking flat earth or a globe earth or a truth or labeling. Like that's the number one way to control people, right? You have to divide and conquer. You have to label a bunch of people into smaller and smaller groups, subgroups, and all that.
I don't
That's how
think.
you control. It's
I don't think so. I
kind
don't
of
think so.
retarded.
Yeah, I don't think it's a psyop.
Well, it could be
I think it's.
infiltrated and used as one.
I think it's.
Like,
I think it's dumb people who don't know anything.
well, I heard it started off as a fucking joke. Apparently, like I forget. I could link to this, but yeah, it's apparently some people, and I forget was it Harvard or one of these.
No. It's Enochian. It actually come out of its origins are from the Book of Enoch, and it had a religious base before it had a scientific or a academic introduction.
Yeah, like even in the Bible and that they talk about the firmament and all this and whatever. But yeah, what I'm saying is, I heard it started off as
things that aren't true.
I heard it started off as kind of like a fucking, not really. It's something that they're experimenting in, in sociology or whatever, human psychology, and they just like
I doubt it.
Let's try using like emotional contagion in the internet to spread a random narrative and get people all divided about it. I mean, it started out kind of like a fucking.
Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that very much. It's just dumb people who are ignorant of science talking about things they don't understand.
Why would YouTube push this? They censor a bunch. Why would social media push this fucking agenda?
It's not.
Or even allow this content, because they'll block a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I mean? But they'll allow that. Okay, I wonder why.
Because they don't care. They don't push it. Again, it's just dumb people
type flat
who
earth,
don't know science talking about things they don't understand. Right?
So did you get to see the final experiment in the flat earth community?
I watched many of the videos put out by Will Duffy and others.
What was your take on that? I've seen some interesting takes on it, all the way from green screen to it being a production, all the way from it being legitimate to the point where they're not throwing down the gauntlet and they're not accepting the results of the information that was gathered and compiled. I mean, needless to say, it fueled more fire than it put out.
Oh, well, we know from the study of cults that when a cult has its beliefs challenged, they double down on it. So that was expected. So, of course, we all knew that we would see a 24-hour sun there, and that's what they saw.
I agree. Personally, from my observation of the beginning of it, from where they tried to raise funding all the way to the final video conclusion and result, and the reaction that the flat earth community and others had, and pretty much what I expected, was what happened, except that it threw a little more gas onto the fire, and it also put some people out to have to stand on their convictions, which they didn't.
Well, I think that it is destroying the flat earth. There will always be people who believe it, but it has succeeded in dividing and destroying many of the flat earthers. A number of people have switched from flat earth to globe as a result. And the whole purpose was to discredit flat earthers because...
Why does it have to be this dichotomy constantly, this duality of it has to be this or that? And then people are locked into ways of thinking. I'm telling you, it's a fucking psyop. And what about this? What about, even like they got the Nobel Prize in Physics recently for this. They discovered the universe is non-local, meaning it doesn't really exist outside of the observer. So it's probably like an electromagnetic hologram or something, or it's just like it's like a fucking dream, kind of like in a dream where you generate a bunch of different things. So it's probably being based off the observer and the program that's being installed onto that individual beingness, right? Like the conscious thought, the subconscious thought, all the different aspects of the mind. That's probably, and then like group thought and genetic memory also plays a role into that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of word salad. So the point was that Will Duffy wanted to draw a sharp line because he's an evangelical, and he felt that flat Earth threatened the reputation of Christianity, or at least evangelical Christianity, right? Because of, for instance, what you said, it would, discredits any attempt of Christianity to be, or evangelicals at least, to be taken seriously, right? Because what you said is just gibberish, right? And so people don't want that. People don't want that in their churches.
How's that
The aspect of wave function being collapsed, the holographic ideal of the nature of our construct, those things aren't generally accepted or discussed in
because it's nonsense. That's why, Matt. That's why, because it's nonsense. It's just words that you heard some words, and then you put the words into a hat, and you stirred it around, and you pulled out the words. That's what happened. You don't know what you're talking about. You just say things.
You care to elaborate? What aren't you not understanding from the conversation?
What I'm telling you is that you are saying words that you don't understand.
Okay, how?
Yeah, how?
You want to clarify it?
Well, they just rattle around in your brain. They just rattle around.
What don't you understand? That everything is not always a dichotomy. It doesn't have to be this way or another or that way. You just have two options. That's a psyop. That's narrow-minded thinking, and that leads to order ab chaos, which is order out of chaos, divide and conquer tactics. That's exactly what's going on. It's a bunch of nonsense either way. And then when you get people they make their whole career and lives about it, and they make a living off of it. Obviously, there's a bunch of other things, biases that can also be included into that, right? Because they're making a living off of it, and that's what their fans or their viewers or whatever want to hear.
The problem is that none of this is going to help you. Just reciting these words, and you don't understand anything that you just
sound
said.
like you're reciting. How are you telling me I don't understand anything I just said? Maybe you don't. Like, do you understand anything I just said, or was that all gibberish?
No, I don't think what you said was understandable. It can't be understood.
Yeah, I know, because you're like a fucking robot. You're like an NPC. It does not compute. And you're probably hearing Japanese right now. Doesn't matter.
No, it's because all you've done is, like I said, put words in a hat, swirled it around, and pulled them out. They don't make sense. There's no sense to them.
All right.
That's all you do.
Okay. And do you have anything else to say besides that? On anything I just said, or just it got?
You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. It's just nonsense. There's syllables.
Right.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, it's just nothing. There's just nothing there.
So I take it you have a faith-based center of observation.
What?
Your perspective on things is faith-based or religious based?
No.
Or you just kind of filling out what's out there and seeing what information is available?
No, I don't believe in God.
Okay.
Why would I believe in God?
Well, you're trying to examine what would be considered the creative state or the product of a type of created state. So it is either, as generally observed, Big Bang, it was a potential of randomness that fell into coherency, or it was divinely created.
Right. So just more words put in a hat. Right. That's all I heard. right?
Are you?
Well,
Are
it's
you
just
just?
different
Can you not
observations that
understand
I've
basic
received.
conversation?
Maybe you have a new
Just
one.
words in a hat.
So what are you here for? If that's your only response, words in a hat.
No.
You're not here
Well, if
for
you
a
got
conversation.
something new perspective, I'm interested. Tell me.
Oh, yeah, sure. There aren't any demons. There aren't any gods. There aren't any angels. You just live on Earth. You don't live in
Did
a
fucking
dream.
Steven transition or something? Are you like the
You don't live
transition
in
version of
dream.
Steven?
It's not a dream world. It's not, the world
Right.
isn't created by your dreams and your thoughts. It's just there's a real world, and that's how it works. There's no gods or demons or devils. It's just you and other people, and that's it.
Kind of just a bottom line practical take on things. I can
And
appreciate
that's how
that.
things actually are, right? Everything else is just a fever dream of people that can't accept the reality.
What do you think the problem is with people not being able to accept that as a generalized reality?
Because they're taught lies from childhood. They're taught to believe in gods, whether it's Allah or Yahweh or Wutan or Buddha. It's all just bullshit that they're taught by their parents. Yep.
Kind of almost an atheistic take on things from generalized things are what they are. I don't necessarily agree, but I can appreciate your perspective. I can relate to it and understand it, but I don't necessarily agree with it because I endeavored into mathematics, and what I've endeavored in has shown me that same as a lie, a inconclusive or a equation that doesn't have an answer that is relevant to the equation itself is the same as a lie. It's fabrication. So fabrication comes from somewhere. That's a creative force.
They're gone. Actually.
A creative.
I don't know if they're back. But, whatever.
Oh,
Jumped off.
anytime yeah. Well, it's probably because we're not going to argue and get angry and throw fits and try and stick foreign objects up our butt to prove a point.
Yeah.
That's all right.
The
It was
dopamine
interesting.
receptors aren't getting hit enough. You know what I mean? It's too boring. There's other people that will react and start, it's not their reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll find them. There's plenty of them out there. Salad. Yeah, that was kind of unusual because they don't generally promote or even register or acknowledge my channel. Occasionally in the past, during consecutive live streams, I've had people randomly show up that have seen me live, but this is interesting. But no arguments here, no great debates, and we take all perspectives into consideration, even whether we agree with them or not. That's not the point, it's information.
Yeah, I used
Your
to
own
think that way.
discernment
I
is
used to think the same way when I was like fucking 12. When I was a little kid, like 11, 10. Maybe like 12, 13, 12 or something. Yeah, I thought I had it figured out and all that. Like I knew the systems are all deception and that, like kind of believed. I was kind of like not really. Yeah, I didn't really believe in like God and God like that. But it was more
Well,
like
the minute
kind of like I believed in some sort of like creational force out there. You know what I mean? Or something that created the construct.
the minute that I became aware of what a lie was and that a lie existed and that there was uh, no substance generally. Sometimes there's a basis, but no substance to a lie, that it was complete fabrication of imagination. And it's imagination that is, one, either interpreted into entertainment, or two, has a directive, or three, some people just lie for the fact that they can lie. But either way, it is a creative, uh, it comes from the same creative portion as your science fiction, fantasy writers, uh, anybody who puts a book together, whether it be a love story or a murder mystery that has no basis and no fact, and it's presented as entertainment. And that's an acceptable lie. That's one that we can purchase, relish in, accept, and share. But when a
Well, I would
person
consider
tells
that
a
there's factor
lie
fiction,
that
right?
someone's
There's factor, yeah, access. There's factor fiction. So if you're reading a book or a story, and it's it's either fiction or nonfiction, and then it's not a lie.
right,
That's not. I would consider that a
it,
lie because a lie
why?
involves deception. Because you have to deceive someone. You have to trick them into believing that it involves deception.
Well, aren't you trying to
So if
trick
you're telling
them
them,
into
if you're telling them
believing?
this is a, if you're telling them this is a, it's a made-up story for entertainment to read, right? And you're not lying to them. So it's not a lie. It's a fantasy. It's an imagination, imaginatory.
Do you know how
story
many
created.
books that, and I'm sure you do know, Cage, how many books are accepted as legitimate documentation of esoterics and history that are complete fabrication, but are yet passed off as fact?
Yeah, in those cases.
What's
See,
the
that's
difference?
the deception, trying to pass something off as fact when it's not. You know what I mean? When you're knowing,
Take
when
L.
you know
Ron
it's not.
Hubbard,
Yeah.
H.P. Lovecraft. Hmm?
Oh, H.P. Lovecraft with the Cthulhu and all those books he wrote. Yeah, those are not
Exactly.
actual books. Right?
But they're taken as factual in some circles as a information that was given to H.P. Lovecraft from the ancients, and that's the same with L. Ron Hubbard and the Dianetics all the way to Scientology. That was complete. What would be considered fabrication to fact. He took an ideal, put it in paperback, and developed a fucking religion out of it that now is one of the most funded religions for the more
Well, it makes sense. Where do you think you got the
red
structure and
carpet.
all that? Where do you think you got the structure?
Well, I don't
and
know. That's what I'm saying.
Levels. It's from the OTO. It's kind of like what Crowley did with the Golden Dawn and Freemasonry. So yeah, the fucking Hubbard was a Mason and a part of the OTO, and he did kind of the same thing as Crowley did, but instead he made Scientology. Crowley came from the Golden
Right.
Dawn, took the Golden Dawn system, created his own thing, the OTO.
Right. But I'm saying that he took what could be, let's take Star Wars. Star Wars is an easy one.
He took an existing system, modernized it, named it a new name for a modern time, and then and just repackaged it. Added things, removed things, repackaged it to his, to serve that purpose of that egregore or whatever, Scientology. Yeah.
Well, couldn't somebody find a copy of Star Wars and later on, in a different setting, read it and go,
and that's why it
wow.
was successful at Access. That's why it was a success, right? Because he based it off of working systems that are already there, and then probably had the connections and he knew people around him that were already involved in this shit. They know how to get the right people together.
Right, but it still crosses that line between entertainment, a lie, and us accepting certain entertainment or certain lies as being acceptable and others are not. I mean, George Lucas told a big fucking lie called Star Wars and made unimaginable amounts of money and
I
cult
don't think, how is
followings
that a
that
lie? How
were
is that a lie, though?
legendary.
It's a fucking movie. People know the movie's not real. You know what I mean? It's like a whole different.
Well, that's going back to the basis of the Bible. How do people know the Bible's real?
You don't.
How do they know that those writings were just fabrication, the same as George Lucas writing out a script for Star Wars, and suddenly, just as impactively as Star Wars has engraved itself on world
look
culture?
at the Egyptian. Look at the Egyptian stuff. Look at the fucking Thraic stuff.
Well, there you go.
Look at all these other things. It's just like the Scientology from the OTO, from Masonry, from the Golden Dawn. See, they all have a structure to them, right? Just like every other religion. And they line up, so it's just repackaged. You know, this is some repackaged ancient kind of archetype kind of, you know, thought thing that just keeps getting.
So it's an acceptable lie.
There could be some truth to it, just kind of like an H.P. Lovecraft book, right? Like how, you know, through a fantasy, they're revealing a lot of hidden truths in there, so you can.
An acceptable lie. So we as a species accept some lies and say, that's cool, we're down with that, and others we won't. And we say, no, that's not cool. But I see it all as a lie. I see the whole fucking thing as imaginary fabrication.
Yeah.
It's a lie. Unlike horticultural murder, which is a reality, those types of books and that type of information is still a fabrication. Just some wish to accept different levels of the lie and others don't. This is an acceptable lie. I'll engage in it. And as a matter of fact, we're going to share it worldwide because this is a lie worth believing. And then other lies that we go, nope, not having it. That's whenever I learned the difference in states of mind and how to approach humanity or humans or the human species. Once I understood that, I kind of learned my place in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, like in the Masonic teachings, right? They you know, every when you get the third degree, they give you a Masonic Bible. And yeah, the Bible is meant to. It's not meant to be taken literally, according to them, right? It's like a allegory veiled by the symbolism. You know what I mean? So it's all allegories and symbolic teachings, and you know, it's not supposed to really be taken literally. You know?
Yeah, and their Bible is
Maybe
a
it
little,
just probably serves a different purpose.
Yeah, they actually include information and illustrations from Samaria in the Masonic Bible that isn't in the general Bible. And I think it's interesting that their Bible begins on page 33, which shows, you know, the number or the recognition of number and how it has energy and effects, and the implication that it layered knowledge. So, you know, there's a twist to their Bible.
Yeah.
but it's still, from the same source, fabrication. It's
It's the same Bible,
interpretation.
but what they have, it's the same Bible. What they have is they have footnotes, right?
Well, there's footnotes and there's illustrations in it that definitely don't come in your standard KJV, and it begins at a certain numerical value.
Hmm.
You didn't know that?
I haven't looked into one. I haven't read one myself, but it's saying you can get them online. If you wanted to, but yeah, I haven't. There's probably PDFs online, and you gotta like physically get one. But yeah, I could go check it right now. I could pull one up. But either way,
Yeah, I suggest physically getting one from an authorized source.
mhm. Shit, I forgot what I was
It's
gonna
the
say.
same as the little blue codex book. If you can get the cipher for that, and you can get
So you're
your hands
saying
on
it
one of the
doesn't
little
start?
blue
It starts on
codex.
page. You're saying it starts on page 30. So it's not at the beginning was the word or whatever the fuck.
All that begins on page 33, Cage.
Hmm.
Yep. And if you can get the little blue codex book, and you can get the cipher for the codex book, well, you can piss the entire fucking Masonic order off with just that alone.
I don't want to piss people off, but yeah, I'm looking at the Bible right now.
Yep. Try and find that little blue codex book and the cipher for it. See if you can find that, Cage. You're pretty resourceful.
Oh, I'll find it, guaranteed. I can find it.
I'm curious as
What's
to
it?
see if you
What's it
can or
called
not.
exactly?
It's just a little blue codex book that you get whenever you are initiated into the Masonic order, and each letter represents a word, and it's to be memorized. It's part of your initial introduction into the Masonic order. And there's
This
a
one,
cipher.
yeah, on this one, access page 33. It's about the Order of the Eastern Star. I don't even think it gets to the Bible for like on this one for a while.
Really?
Maybe something like back. Yeah. Send me
Mine
the link
starts.
to it.
Mine starts on 33. It's an older one, but it starts on 33. That's interesting.
Check
Mine
this
don't
one.
have. Mine
See,
don't
this
have that particular structure to it. Is it a newer one or an older one?
Let me check the year on it. Hold on. From darkness to light. I can't. I don't see. They blanked out. They blanked out when it was issued to the person. Hold on.
Yeah, I'd like to
this
know.
is 1611 published. This is Masonic Bible, 1611. So it's pretty. And they try saying Masons were started in 17 something, but this Bible, Masonic Bible, is from 1611. Okay. I guess there's a whole new story there. I should make that into an audiobook. I'm going to download the PDF and then make that into a fucking audiobook, Masonic Bible audiobook. There you go. With all the illustrations.
Right,
That'd
because
take forever to put all the... Oh, no, actually, yeah, all the illustrations will be there. You can make it read it page by page. The AI.
are the illustrations there? The Sumerian illustrations?
I'd have to look in. There's a ton of illustrations in there. I'm sure there probably would be.
Look and see if you would, real quick.
It's 1,032 pages, actually. Yeah, this one they have a biblical index to Freemasonry. They have a whole index, and the first like 100 pages is just it's all background information before you even get it. Before you even get into the cipher.
Now, see, I try and stay away from PDFs and distributed versions that people can get their hands on. But that I might be interested in taking a look at.
You can dig and find pretty much anything though. There's another one called libgen.is, and you can find books that are going for like 50 grand. If you want to buy a copy, fuck that. Get it for free.
Well, send me the link to that, and if you would, see if you can find the Little Blue Codex book.
Yeah, I'll take a look for it. I gotta find the actual name. That's the step one.
So I can't give you the name. I can't even tell you a word. All I can do is say the Little Blue Codex book.
You're talking about the Monitor Cipher book? The Monitor? Or the
I don't
Cipher?
know. I don't know.
Yeah, we can find those. You can find those easy. Probably just buy them online if you wanted to.
And it gives you the cipher for it. Ian.
Yeah, there's a cipher, but I think the cipher is told orally. But if there's
Yeah, it is.
I guarantee the cipher is told orally. But yeah, all you got to do, you can reverse engineer that, guaranteed.
Well, I don't.
Easily do it.
I'm not interested. No, I just wanted to know if that was
Yeah, you can
available online or whether people had access to that or not.
Everything's available, bro. Everything's available.
Because I know that information kept within is oral.
Everything's
And if
out there.
that's been released.
It depends how everything's out there. It depends like how motivated you are to find that shit. Guaranteed, you can find anything pretty much.
Yeah, because I have not ever seen that ready available with a cipher. I've seen all other manners of information, but there's certain information that still is pretty well protected. So is there a cipher for it?
Yeah, you can get them.
So you can get the Little Blue book and the cipher.
The Little Blue book is the Monitor.
Mm-hmm.
I think that. Yeah,
Maybe. And the cipher?
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at one right now. It's abbreviated. It's abbreviated text that contains like the ritual, but it's in abbreviations with them. It's a simple fucking. It looks like a simple Masonic cipher, which is also called a pig cipher. It's nothing crazy, bro. It's
No, I didn't say it was anything crazy. I just wanted to see if it was ready available for just the average person to be able to get a hold of.
Of course there is, because some people, like I'm sure Masons die unexpectedly, I don't know, they may not, their family, they may not be able to find it, or they forget about it, or whatever. I know it's supposed to be returned, But a lot of the times, like, look at the fucking apron that I have over there. That was about to be thrown away in the garbage. So there's multiple fucking ways to get a hold of these things. Just go on fucking eBay. People get shit all the time and sell it, right? Or like a family member, someone steals your shit and pawns it at a pawn shop or something. Who fucking knows it? I don't fucking know.
Interesting.
There's many ways where it could end up for sale somewhere. I'm sure they probably, maybe the Masons, they're smart. They should be on there like buying up the shit so they can reclaim it. Right?
Well, generally that stuff is retrieved. Actually,
They'll find it one way or the other. Yeah. They get bounty hunted.
I don't know about bounty hunting, but I know that, and some things are more apt to be acted upon in the retrieval nature than others. So I just didn't know, man. Now I do.
It's all out there, man.
What trip?
Check this website. I'm gonna put it in the private. If you want access, they pretty much have a lot of hard to find stuff on here. It's called Library Genesis.
I haven't. No, I don't. I'm not familiar.
libgen.is. It's like an online archive of millions of different books and stuff, and it's some that are very difficult to come by.
So is that where you get most of your books and information from? Is PDFs and the internet?
Yeah. A lot of these books, for you know how much fucking money you need to have in order to get some of these ones. I don't got millions of dollars to spend on fucking books, bro. It'd be nice to have a physical collection. Yeah, one day I'll probably start dealing with that. That, or a lot of them, you know, I get physical books too. You can get a lot of great shit from the library. At the physical library. Some of our libraries here, you can fucking use 3D printing machines and stuff. 3D printers.
Yeah, that seems like the evolution of the library in modern times.
Yeah. And you can just go on the library website and get the digital version. They have the digital version of all the books there. Or you can just physically, get the physical copy. We have one of the biggest libraries in North America, downtown, the Reference Library. And there's books there that are extremely fucking rare and that, but you're not allowed to take them out. You got to just go there and look into them.
Yeah, we have the Library of Congress over here.
Yeah, there's plenty of resources to find information. Yeah. And nowadays you can pretty much find everything just online.
Well, that says that.
Shit that's hidden away. Yeah, there's some stuff. If it's physically out there in a book form, you can probably find it online. But yeah, I'm not talking about the ones that are being hidden away and shit though.
That pretty much means that if the electricity or battery becomes obsolete, so does all the information. It's all lost then.
Well, what you could do is, like, if you're inclined to do that, you get yourself a printer, and all you're gonna do is pay for fucking paper and ink, and whatever the cost that is, you just print everything out.
Until you have your own library, right?
Yeah, you just make your own fucking books, right? You just print them out yourself. Fucking. How much does ink and fucking paper cost? Fuck all. You can. Yeah.
And with modern libraries, you can take the engineering aspect of any literature and 3D print it. I love it.
Yeah, a few of them have the 3D printers now. Some of them even have. There's one that has the biggest one we have here. There's one that has like a fucking place where you can press graphics on T-shirts and shit. You can like make shirts and
Really?
stuff. Yeah.
Lithograph. Silk screen.
Yeah, direct heat transfer, whatever. It's like this one. You know when you print out that it's like this plastic shit, and you have to put it through the heat press.
Yeah, I still have the some of the original Access Rat Blood logos and stuff that we used to use on T-shirts and shit. I still have some of that laying around. Interesting.
Oh, my cousin in BC made some of these shirts and sent me some. These are, I think you'll like these axes. I can see like in these ones. Look, see this? It's his own design and shit.
Hold on. Let me put you up here center stage. If this thing will respond. That's why I don't get
See this shit?
notifications about guests showing up. That is total layout.
Some biker shit, kind of. It's my cousin from BC. He made these shirts. See that? Look, it has dice in it. I found that funny. Snake creature.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's his shit. Never worn it before.
Yeah, I've got certain shirts here that has nostalgic significance to them, and I've never worn, probably never will. Some of them I hang up, some of them are in the closet. One of a kinds, and I've got one lithograph that hangs over the window of Pazuzu, and it hangs over the main window to the room that I occupy.
Yeah, I got a lot of my clothes are this logo, this sigil. Yeah. Delta 9. Look, I even made a sigil for the fucking killing of the plants access. And I wear it on all my clothes. I wear it on all my clothes and shit. Got it on the table. It's everywhere. And not only that.
Cage Reality, the horticultural butcher.
Not only that, like one time I've seen people randomly be wearing this shit when I was like in the grocery store. So not only that, a bunch of people are wearing this sigil around, bro.
I used to love seeing my product on other people um, that hung out in the same dismal areas of cities that we occupied and roamed, and all the way from leather to logo. That was at the first year or so. That was a real endorphin rush to see somebody else with your product.
Yeah, it was fucking weird because it was like a random old lady. I'm like, how the fuck? It was for my first drop ever. It was like this one time gold and black logo, big logo. I've never done that one again. It was different from that one. And then yeah, like a year later, I seen some random. Maybe it was that, like maybe someone donated it. You know what I mean? Like donated.
Morning.
And they got it in a thrift store or something.
I brought you those smoked sausages. I'm gonna put them in the fridge.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. My nurse is here.
I know.
Cool. Well, when you get that logo recognized enough that you can make posters and lithographs and tapestries and shit like that, man, you can hook up with maybe a distributor and you can franchise out.
I wasn't really looking to go like that. It was just like a side thing, right? Like when people order, they get like a shirt or a hat or a sticker or whatever, fucking or something. I did mugs
Why not?
before. I did coffee mugs before. When the COVID bullshit was happening, I even did fucking face masks because I know people won't be allowed in the store. Then I just give them an extra.
Awesome. Why'd you
Yeah,
quit,
anything.
man?
Oh, I still do it, but it's like yeah, things changed. I don't know. I no longer need to do that because what I did was to lower the cost. I stopped including it usually, but yeah, if someone asks for it, I can get it.
Okay. I know
I did
some.
sweaters. I did nice sweaters too. Bunch of shit. Long sleeve shirts, short, all types of shit. But it'd be like a drop once per month. I have a drop of one thing.
Well, I know some of the distributors are, they'll make it as an order comes in, so you don't have to keep a reserve or a supply of it.
That's what I was
And
doing.
they just
Yeah, that's what I was doing. It's just print on demand.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome, man. That's extra cheese.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, I suppose I could put the old Rat Blood logos and shit attached to the channel, but I don't think anybody in this modern culture or this last couple of generations would even identify or relate to what that's all about or where that comes from.
Yeah. The Rat Blood logo, which one? The one on the screen?
No, the one that I still have the stencil for above my bed.
Mm-hmm.
You know that the rat that I've got on there now is my icon was borrowed. That's not original.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That's from, isn't that fucking, what is that from again?
I don't know. I pulled it off of
I think it's
Google
fucking,
somewhere.
I swear it's fucking Ninja Turtles, the rat teacher, is it?
No, no, it's not Splinter.
Well, it's someone else.
Yeah, it's just some rat image that I stumbled across, and I even went to look to find it again, and I can't find it anywhere. Maybe
I could find
somebody
it.
else can, but
I could find it for you in like 2 seconds. All you gotta do is reverse image search it.
okay. Well, you might be able to find the origins of my icon then.
You just screenshot it and you reverse image search, and you can find it. Here, I'll do it right now, friends. Okay. See this shit. Let's see where we get it. Let's see what we come up with here. Can you still hear me? I found 3 results.
Yeah. Okay.
First
Are
one,
they associated to anything?
Displate.com.
What is it?
Displate.com. I've seen. Oh, okay, I found the original. The other ones have. Funny enough, there's 2 other ones, and they have like like the circle with the cross through it, like like the cross image. That's weird. Yeah, I found it here though. View image.
Anti-rat.
Displate.com. Metal. It's a metal poster. What is this? It's some like angry rat liver mom. It's called. What the fuck?
Anger rat. My rat
Yeah.
bit me.
Yeah, I'll put it in the fucking.
It didn't draw blood. It just bit me.
Yeah, that's where your logo comes from. It's a metal poster.
Okay. Let me check it out. See what comes up here.
Come on, Axis. You don't know how to fucking find images and shit. You don't know how to reverse image.
I'm on a phone, man. I ain't doing all that shit.
I'm on a phone too. It took me like 3 seconds.
Okay. There we
Yeah,
are.
see it?
Yeah.
That's the origin of your logo comes to that company there.
Huh. I'm gonna have to get a new an original icon now.
I found the guy who made it too.
Well, shit, man.
Artby.
Yeah, and they have to get a whole new original icon.
We found him, but
Huh. Cool.
you can generate.
Or I could
you
have.
can generate a nice one, guaranteed.
That's why I was
I could
just thinking
feed-
AI.
Yeah, I could feed that image in there and like change it exactly how you want it. Put wording. Or
That
whatever.
would be cool.
What would you want with it? I'll do it. Yeah, I'll try messing with it this way.
Just Rat Blood Radio. I guess I don't play enough with what's available. I'm more into my development, research, and sound technology. I don't generally just scroll around playing with things
Oh,
that I
man,
should be
that is-
probably. Let's see what you got, man.
But hold on, I think I got you a nice one here, but can you fix the words? The words aren't generated properly. When I fix that, this is actually pretty sick. Okay. Well, you just want Rat Blood Radio or Access Rat Blood?
Either or.
Let's see what we got here. What the fuck is he calling it? Rattled Radio. I don't know why he's doing that. What the fuck? Why is he doing that? Rat Blood, right? 2 T's.
Yep.
It's almost perfect, but they fucked up. Again, now they put 2 fucking B's for some reason too. God damn it. Welcome back, Axis.
All right.
I'm gonna get you a nice logo here for you, bro.
A whole new icon.
This rat looks fucking. It's pretty fucked.
Are you going to be able to send the link so I can download that?
I can email it to you.
Cool.
I'm just trying to fix it up for you quick using this image. Let's see what we get. What's your email? Put it in the private chat.
accessratblood@gmail.com.
Oh, okay.
Pretty simple.
I'll send you a few different versions there. That one's actually pretty damn good. You're gonna like this shit, Rabble. That's beautiful.
Cool. Change my icon around, get a fresh new book.
Oh, that one is clean. That one's clean. Okay.
Excellent.
Let me show you. I'll show you what it looks like on my icon and see if you want me to clean it up or make any adjustments.
Let me show you up here. It's in the stage.
They're deleting an icon and add a new one. Will this all fit? Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta take a screenshot. Yeah, this one's super professional, bud. Let me show you. Oh yeah, it fits perfect in this format. Yeah, what do you think of this one?
Oh,
It's kind of cut off a bit, but yeah, you get the full image. You could just restructure it in there. Access Red Blood
I
Radio.
like
YouTube.
it.
Pretty cool, huh? That was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll shoot it over to you. Or do you want anything changed on it or different variations? Or?
No, man, that's awesome. Damn, thanks, man.
No problem, bro.
Wow. Thanks.
Jared threw some
That's
fire
awesome.
emojis in there. Jared likes it.
Right? Right?
I'll shoot you an email now, quick.
Damn, I like that. Thank you. Yeah. Not bad for a horticultural serial killer.
What was it? Sorry, just access Rapplet at Gmail, right?
Yeah, accessratblood@gmail.com.
Yeah, I found you there. How's the logo? That's actually a nice logo. You'll see the full
Yeah, it
picture.
is. Damn. Very nice.
I feel bad for fucking graphic designers and logo guys, right? Because it took me like
Right?
it took me like 5 minutes to make that. It looks like someone charged you like, but it's free, and it took 5 seconds. There I go. I sent it.
Yeah, graphic designers don't stand a chance in this fucking market anymore, right?
That's kind of fucked.
That's why I was worried about songwriters and song development. With AI, who needs the artist anymore?
There.
You
should
got
have
an
it in your. You should have it in the email now.
good deal. Good deal. Fucking thanks, man.
Well, you mentioned it. I'm like, why not? Oh, let's see what we could do quick.
Fucking A.
So I tried keeping the same rat, but now that rat's it's different, but whatever. It's kind of
It's
similar.
original, man.
And it's original.
Yeah,
Right?
it's fucking. Yeah.
Look, it even
Fuck yeah.
even has the little fangs and shit. There you go.
Love it. Nice. I got a whole brand new, 50 new set of clothes for the internet.
Put them on, bro. They're fresh off the press. They just got delivered to your fucking digital mailbox.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. I have to do some tricky maneuvering here. Then I have to get in. Do I got to get in my account and change that icon, or how do I?
No, all you got to do is you go to more. You see the three dots by leave more, and then you go to settings.
Right.
Wait, no, sorry, my bad. What you do is you click. You see where it says you're in the show.
Mm-hmm.
The little icon there. You click that, and you go to edit audio avatar.
Okay, I'm gonna have to wait till this device charges or powers up. Unless I can do it from here. I don't have my email hooked up to this one and one other device, and that other device doesn't seem to be charged at the moment. Hold on a second. Let's see what I can do here. Okay. I may have destroyed this. Fuck. Nope, there it is. Okay, it's just not charged. Whew. Thought maybe it was another victim of excessive use, but it's not. It just doesn't have a charge to it yet. Right? Nice new outfit, right? Right? Did we lose Cage? Let me drop the link back. Huh. There we go. Didn't mean for him to drop off. You might have to hit the link again, Cage. I'm not seeing you backstage. There you are.
Yeah, I'm back.
There we go. Cool, man. Yeah, I gotta wait for this to charge so I can access my email on it and change this image out here. That's
I think
fucking awesome,
it's a
dude.
big improvement. All I got to do is I got to center it properly so you can see it. I'll send you another email with one that'll fit on the screen perfectly, so you don't got to format it and shit.
I dig it, man, even as it is.
Because you want, like, you see how the rat blood's cut off and shit? You want it all fitting properly. So in order to do that, you'd have to change the, what should we call it?
No, I like it the way, even with the, I mean, just a part of the still interpretable. I mean, it still is, and it's original. That way, nobody can point at it and say, "Hey, man, that was mine."
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking awesome. Yeah, if I spend a little more time playing around and less time trying to pick my own brain, I'd probably be a step up on myself. But that's what I'm wondering about. If you have an idea for a song and you can just suggest what type of genre of music you want and what you want that song to be about, you can just throw that into AI now and
Oh yeah, I've been playing
create a
with
new.
that for years now. Yeah, Suno and all that. Yeah.
And to me, that's like all that work I spent in recording, learning how to play all these instruments, music theory, uh, sound development, and now it's just as easy as typing in what you want and boom. Kind of disappointing in a way. I mean, I'm glad I've got the talent and the know-how, but there's no market for it, and especially coming, I fear real soon that there's really going to be no market for a musician.
I know.
We're going to be kind of a thing of the past, mythology. Because if you can do this with graphics, right now that completely destroys anybody who approaches that market. What about these short AI movies that I've been seeing pop up? I haven't really watched any of them.
I've made those over a year ago. Actually, they're on my channel. I made one about Saturn and all this shit.
Really?
Yeah, it's called fuck. What was it called again? Shit.
I may not have known that you
I'll
made
show
it.
you some of it if you want. Yeah, it's like a fucking hour-long proper documentary. Long
I may
time
not
ago.
have known that you made that, Cage. I may have watched it and not even.
Yeah, I made that documentary. I made 3 different audiobooks that were released so far. Documentary, a few other things. Some other, like, a lot of the stuff I created myself on there, and then also put other shit that I found. But
Which AI program are you using to do this?
for what, the documentary? Or the
The
graphics?
movie, the
Oh, for
songs,
the...
the graphics, and the
Okay,
documentary.
for the Suno, I'm doing... sorry, for the music, I'm using Suno, S-U-N-O. I was using that
Okay.
since the beta version launched. And then for the InVideo.ai, for the documentary movie thing. For voices and stuff, 11 Labs. And then, to talk to those AI bots that you can make too is a character.ai. For this
Well,
graphic
that's
stuff, I'm just using chat. I'm just using GPT-4 for this image stuff.
okay. Well, I've got those as resources now that I can start kind of exploring and seeing what the fuck is available to me there.
Yeah, no, that one doesn't work either. Oh, I made you a YouTube banner too, if you want to use it as a.
Fucking cool, man.
Yeah, I'll email you. I'm just trying to get one that fits the fucking Rapla thing properly. In the icon. See, it's still cutting off. God damn it! I gotta add more space to it.
Well, that really takes the majestic nature of an artist and tosses that out the window. I don't even know how.
Oh, we got JG in the background.
JG.
Morning, brother. I think this will do it properly. Come on. Yeah, there you go. That one works.
There we go. Cool. Cage is giving me a new outfit.
Yep. Yeah, I'll email you this one. It's a banner, but you can also use it to put it as your logo there.
Very cool.
JG, you're muted, by the way. I don't know if you know you're muted.
It might be his device.
I'm just sending you the proper one here. Well, both of them are proper. I'm going to give you different versions of it. Yeah, let me know if you got them. If you don't see it in there, check your junk or spam folder or some shit.
Let's see here.
I'm saying, GG, right? I stopped talking StreamYard chat only. Or you're not going to talk anymore now?
Yep, I got him.
There you go.
Thank you, Cage.
No problem, bro. JG, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, you're talking obviously, you're not saying anything. But...
Is he in the chat?
He's talking in private chat.
Oh, private chat. Maybe he's finally become completely disgusted and fed up with the metaverse, or he's aware of the new Trump initiative of the Stargate, and he doesn't want his voice to get out there to be duplicated, so that he can have alternate versions of himself from other universes come and try and take him out. Because I understand that JG is also a horticultural abuser.
How? I don't
JG?
think so. Yeah, what do you do to him?
Oh, he participates in the, I don't know if he's an actual murderer of horticulture and plant life, but I think he partakes in the consumption of brutally and viciously dissected horticultural life that has been manipulated for consumption.
If my memory serves me correct, you were smoking some of that shit not that long ago on my on the panel with me, bro.
Who, me?
You
What?
indulged in it
What?
too. Yeah. You indulged.
Me?
You used to grow it yourself. You said. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah. You.
Well, that was a different me. That was a different me from another universe. But this me now from let me see. I showed up. I took that particular version of Axis, and had to remove him. And now I'm a new dimensional Axis from another universe, and I wouldn't do such a thing. I'm a dairy farmer.
Feeding milk to the fucking sheep, huh?
I'm a dairy farmer. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I just found out that a really good friend of mine from the metaverse, he takes organic life forms and he manipulates their growth. Then he kills them, dismembers them, and then he'll dry them out, and then he consumes them. Yeah. Can you believe that?
That's
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. He even went to the store tonight and got vacuum sealing type freeze dried baggy stuff to preserve his victims for later consumption.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was almost a bit more information than she could handle.
It happens, bro.
Yeah. I'll stick to dairy farming. Veal tastes good.
Again. Give me my fucking. It won't let me connect my headphones again. I'll be back in a second. Actually, I gotta restart the app. Fuck.
Beef tastes good. Milk tastes good. diverse, ground up cow part tastes good. And pigs remind me too. They're too similar to humans. I'm not. I mean they taste good, but if you use a bit of imagination, you can kind of almost visualize a pig being very closely related to us.
They are.
Yeah, unlike a cow you can definitely look at and there's no real resemblance to a human, but a pig, there's a type of resemblance there, and I think that's why that biblically, whenever the demons were cast out, they went into pigs because that mostly resembled a human. And then they use pig parts for replacement organs, and they're genetically developing altered pigs so that they can harvest organs for humans from them. So, I don't know. Someone needs to check the genetics on that.
They even use apparently they use pieces of fucking pig heart in surgeries for heart surgeries for humans.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the genetic compatibility is that allows that to happen. We can't be that far removed from pigs if they're capable of using pig parts to replace human parts. Which makes you wonder if humans were prepared in the right way, would they taste like pork?
Apparently they do. There's like a cartel called the Zetas or something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they'll kill people and then feed them to the villagers and shit, the people living in town. And yeah, they don't think it's pork.
Pork.
Yep.
Interesting. Not it couldn't be passed off as beef, proper beef.
No,
pork.
they could pass it as pork. Yeah, no chicken, no beef, pork.
Huh. Well, that's even more implication on our genetic makeup and our compatibility with swine, and why they're so biblically referenced as unclean. Maybe they were a version of humans that just didn't make it down the line to what we are now. Maybe the very first creation of humans had a little piggy snout, ears, which were kind of bald, maybe. Had hooves instead of hands, something of that nature. Or hoovy hands, or I don't know, man. Something to speculate on. Now they're considered unclean and you shouldn't eat them. But maybe the Bible says we shouldn't eat them because it's almost like cannibalism.
Well, not only that, but they hold parasites. A lot of parasites. If you eat, you can't undercook it or anything, or you can get parasites and shit. Yeah.
Isn't the vascular system of a pig completely different than most other animals?
I'm not sure. All I know is that I knew somebody who had to get heart surgery and shit, and they use like an aorta, I would fucking call it, aorta, off a pig or something. I don't know, some valve or something they use.
Oh, the aortic valve.
And
Interesting. And it took.
He was alive.
Mm. So maybe it is. Maybe there's some type of genetic tie between us and pigs that, you know, eating them is almost cannibalistic, and they were a particular version, or maybe even a genetic mutation of humans, and we have an association that's been hidden in mystery schools for many thousands of years of how we are actually either descendant from or pigs are descendant from us. Hmm.
The organs on the pig are very similar, apparently. The structure.
Yeah. But bacon tastes good. Barbecued ribs taste good. Mm-hmm.
Axis likes his bacon.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I don't care if it is cannibalism. Tastes good. Cool. I'm gonna have to get ready and eat some breakfast and have some communication with my nurse, and I'll be back online, Cage. If you don't fire up a live stream, I will, and we'll jump into each other's cesspool of metaversal behavior.
There you go.
Sound good, brother?
All right, man. Take it easy.
Hey, Cage, thanks, man, and thanks for the new suit, man. I appreciate that. New clothes are greatly appreciated. And JG, I'm not sure, but you know you're always welcome, with or without audio. And I appreciate you guys stopping by. As a matter of fact, I appreciate everybody that's been in the chat and participated and been a part of this endeavor this evening and keeping me somewhat as sane as possibly can be. I hope everyone has a good day, night, evening, or whatever may present itself upon them. And thank you. Thank you all for being a part of this. Axis is out. I woke up